Hi friends, this video is about understanding Splunk. So let's begin. Now, what is Splunk? So Splunk is a software platform to search, analyze, visualize the machine-generated data gathered from the website, application, sensor, device, etc., which makes up your IT infrastructure and business. So this is the definition of Splunk. So uh, let's try to explore about this definition or about Splunk. Like the main thing about Splunk, first it collects the data, stores the data, and correlates real-time data in searchable repository from which it can generate graphs, reports, alerts, dashboard, and visualization. So like end result of Splunk to provide a meaningful information from your data. So it's kind of a data hunting or data mining from a raw data so that we can get some insight out of the data. Currently, we are on the edge of the data. We are sitting on the huge amount of data every day to day. There are a lot of data is generating. It can generate through any website. It can generate through, like say, social media, Facebook, Instagram, or like say YouTube videos, which we see in day to day. So a lot of data is generating. So it's very difficult to get the meaningful information out of the data. So Splunk solves that kind of problem that without context data is nothing. So it gives a kind of a context to your data, your raw data, and one can find a meaningful pattern or meaningful information from that. So Splunk makes data accessible across an organization by identifying data pattern. So like say if you want to find a pattern from the data, like that kind of thing we generally used in data science. So pattern finding is one of the key thing of Splunk. Provide metrics, diagnostics, problems, and provide intelligence from business operations. So it's very beneficial for business operations as well. Like uh, one can one can go to data and dig it down to that data. So we gather information. We gathered raw data to Splunk, and then one can do analysis on that data. Splunk is a horizontal technology used for application management, security, and compliance, as well as business and web analytics. So the next topic is need of Splunk or why Splunk. So we all are aware that the growth of data is exponentially increasing due to number of machines we have increased in our environment, or we are using IoT devices, or we are using social media or any application servers, or multiple things we are using that are generating or increases the data in day-to-day activities. So because of that, the management of data has become very difficult. So we are on the age of big data. So we should have some kind of technology that can handle these kind of data and provide us insight from the data. So what kind of data are there which is generated? Application data, servers data, devices, sensor, social media, and human bodies also generating tons of data. So all these sources are generating data, and it is very difficult to manage the data, because out of these many data, only 10% of data is structured and 90% of data is unstructured. When we call structure and unstructured, structured data has some format, like in database there are specific formats are there: name, age, salary, city. So those, there are some columns and respective values are there. But in unstructured data there is no structure of data, like any data can sit anywhere, and it's very difficult to understand that kind of data. So let's example, like suppose we have multiple application server, so that support a particular application. So like in a production scenario, we can consider a scenario where a issue has come in the application side, and engineer investigating the issue. Now is to analyze the data. So the data is under structure, and we are not, it's, you can see it's kind of a matrix structure. Matrix kind of is, it's very difficult to understand the error or root cause from these kind of data. So one, the engineer should go to each and every server, log into that server, find out if any error is there or any clue about that issue is happening. So the engineer or analyst will go to one server, search for that particular log. If there are hundreds of logs, it will take a days to identify the issue. Now it goes to second server, third, fourth, and so on. If it's hundreds of servers, then it will take 100 days to check onto into the issue. But again, also he or she is not sure that issue, if they are able to identify the issue or and find out the root cause. So it's very difficult for a person to log into each and every server and find out where the logs and which log to identify the errors. Okay, so it will like a question, means if we have spent a lot of time but we never know what is the root cause. So here Splunk comes into the picture, where we install small agents, lightweight agents on these servers and fetch the data to Splunk, like I am showing it here. Like we have matrix kind of data and small agent installed, Splunk agent installed on these servers, like hundreds of servers. Now all the data will come to Splunk, and through a small query, an operator or analyst can find a error, root cause, or issue with the application. Now you can see it became very easy for an engineer or an analyst to identify the issue, and it can be identified quickly, as quickly as possible. Whereas in the previous scenario, one should go to each and every component, each and every server, and log in and check for the error. So here Splunk gives us a very intellectual tool to interact with the data and get the meaningful information out of it. MTTR, we can say it, mean time to resolve the issue. So this is how Splunk helps us to improve our productivity and business and IT. Some app is present in Splunk base that user can install on their environment and get a report or useful information from the data. So generally in Splunk app, they have preset dashboards, reports, alerts, or alerts so that you can get the meaningful information from the data. Also, a user who do not have uh, Splunk experience or Splunk query experience, that those can use a pivot functionality as well. So in these kind of scenario, they can use a Splunk inbuilt functionality. They need not to have Splunk expertise to generate or gather the information from the data. So what kind of data Splunk supports? So Splunk supports any kind of data with any of the extension of data, especially can support structured or unstructured data. As I mentioned in previous topic, that it can support structure, unstructured, semi-structured, all kind of data it can support. So you can get the data into Splunk. So for Splunk you should have data. So any kind of data it can, any kind of data from any source, it can ingest the data, it can use the data. Now next topic is working mechanism or Splunk, or how Splunk works. So in previous topic, as I mentioned, that on the application server we call those as input. In Splunk terminology we call them as input, where we install a small component called UF and on that like universal forwarder. So it's a lightweight agent. It does not have any GUI or anything. Just we need to uh, configure those from the backend and get the data to next level or next component of Splunk. So about the component, I have already created a video. Just please go and watch that video. So it will give a brief about the components. So once you have installed a lightweight agent on the server, you can forward the data to heavy forwarder. This is one of the component of Splunk. Either you can forward data to heavy forwarder or directly to indexer. So you can forward data directly to indexer, or it can go from input to forwarder and then indexer. So it collects the data over here, it forwards data is being passed over here in some format, like basic parsing is done over here and in index and again pass on indexer as well. So indexer is nothing but storage of data. So here data gets stored, or the inputs or the server or UF can directly send data to indexer as well. So there can be a one link like where you need not to go through heavy forwarder, or you can directly install send the data to forwarders, or sorry, on indexer. So it's again a very lightweight data. A very lightweight agent need to install over here, as I explained earlier. So likewise you can store over the data over here. Now if any user want to search the data, so they can log into indexer, sorry, on search head, and they can log in and fetch the data through a Splunk query language, fetch the data from indexer and get the meaningful information or a dashboard report or alert, anything they can get it from there, or whatever application is installed on the search it, they can access those applications. So this is a brief about working mechanism of Splunk. So if you need a detailed description, so I have created video, please go and watch that video. This video is about Splunk component. Now Splunk main components are indexer, search head and forwarder. So these are the main components of Splunk. On the basis of these components, Splunk works. So in any of the tools, there are three main points. First is collect, store, represent. So collect the data. How you collecting the data? Storing the data on which database, files, or how you are storing the data, and mainly the representation of data. So what exactly you are making out of the data which is collected and stored in your environment, or how you are making a meaningful information from the data. So in terms of Splunk, so for collecting data, we have forwarders. Storing data, we have indexers, and for representations, we have search aids. So we will go one by one into each of the component and understand what are those. So collect, nothing but forwarder. In terms of Splunk forwarders, it collects the data from the input. Input can be anything. It can be a Unix server, it can be a Windows server, it can be a syslog, it can be any application which can forward the data to Splunk, or Splunk can pull the data from those components, those inputs. Now there is one more functionality of forwarder that forwards the data to next component of Splunk, that is called indexer. So there are two types of forwarder. One is universal forwarder and another one is heavy forwarder. So the universal forwarder is nothing but a lightweight agent which we are going to install on our input. So input can be anything like say Windows server or Unix server. So we first install the lightweight component of Splunk on those servers and configure input file from where the data should come and output where the data should go. The output can be your next forwarder or can be your indexer. So and another one is heavy forwarder. The heavy forwarder is again it is doing the functionality of collecting the data. So when you configure heavy forwarder, the application itself sends the data to heavy forwarder, and we need to create an input to capture those data and send it to next level of forwarder or indexer. So the difference between heavy forwarder and universal forwarder is the universal forwarder has a smallest footprints. That means it is a very lightweight component of Splunk which can be installed on any of the host or any of the environment and collect the data. So it has a standard collection data collection. So means we cannot tweak those data. So it has a standard data collection. The data will be unparsed. There will be no line break. There is term called line break in Splunk. So there is no line break. The data as it is from the source will be sent to next level of component. So and also it does not have any GUI. So you use whatever configuration you are doing, you need to do it through command line. So and the heavy forwarder, it's a large footprint. Itself is a full stack Splunk. So you need to install as you are installing other component. Allow filtering, and it has a line break, source type, in flight, and everything in there, and it has a GUI as well. So this is all about heavy forwarder. So just one thing we need to keep in mind, that heavy forward collects the data and forward it to the next component of Splunk, that is called indexer. So the next component is store or indexer. So indexer stores the data. It stores the data, whatever coming from forwarders. It can be a heavy forwarder or universal forwarder. From those component, it stores the data. The indexer stores the data in the form of raw logs, or in the form of files in the directory. So this component is mainly used for storing the data. Okay, and actually Splunk stores the data in flat files. It generally based on time range. You can say the age data will be stored on in the directory. So process machine data, storing the result in index as events, enabling fast searches and analysis. So this is the main functionality of indexer. The next one is, as the indexer indexes data, it creates a number of files organized in the set of directories by age. Okay, this is the main point. And this contains raw data, compressed one, it has a compressed data, and indexes. Okay, so this is all about index. So indexer is like we can say it's kind of a database, and it is stored in the flat files. The data is stored in a flat files. Now the next component will be search head, the representation layer. So search head generally it represented data. It has its own knowledge objects, means not its own knowledge, it has its own knowledge, as well as user can create their own knowledge objects. So knowledge objects through which we can search the data. So any user who has access to Splunk can search the data and represent the data in any form they want. So this is like a crux of your whole environment, where you are going to get the meaningful information from the data and represent in the form whichever you want. So generally it consolidates the result and extract fields value pair from the events to the user. Knowledge objects on the search head can be created to extract additional fields and transform the data without changing the underlying index data. Distribute user search requests to the index. So whenever any user searches the data, so it distribute among the indexer, how many index are there, so it pulls the data from indexers. So all users to use the search head language to search the index data. Okay, so search head also provide a tool to enhance the search experience, such as report, dashboard, and visualization. So it has its own components that you can visualize data as you want. You can create dashboard, reports, and alerts out of your data, so you can get a meaningful information from your data. So these are the main components. Indexer, these are the main components: indexer, search head, and forwarder. There are few components like deployment server, cluster master, and license master. Deployment server, uh, whenever you are using search head cluster in your environment, so deployment server is used to manage your search head cluster. Cluster master, cluster master is used to manage your index clustering, and license master is used to manage your licensing in your environment. So this is all about the component of Splunk. So thank you all. Thanks for watching the video. Hi friends, this video is about flavors of Splunk or types of deployment of Splunk. So please do not get confused with one of my video Splunk deployment. So that video is with respect to Splunk architecture, how you deploy your components in your environment. This is about how you get the services from Splunk INC. Okay, so in that front, there are three main main deployment types are there. One is enterprise, Splunk enterprise, and second Splunk cloud and lightweight. These are two the information I'm giving additional, but with respect to certification, the questions come around these three. So the first one in this is Splunk enterprise. So Splunk enterprise, where you have your own infrastructure on which you want to install Splunk. So just you need to download Splunk from a Splunk site and then install it on your premises, your infrastructure, how you want to define indexer, cluster or search head, how you want to do. You need to do planning for that, install your instance and install license on that. For licensing, you need to contact to Splunk support. And once you get the license, you install it and you can use it enterprise. So and you get the support from Splunk as well. So next one is Splunk Cloud, where the infrastructure is also maintained by Splunk. So what you need to do is you need to take a plan of Splunk Cloud, and you need to give your requirement to Splunk, and they will create the instances for you as per your requirement. So this is cloud version of it. So again, the Splunk pricing is depend on a per day index basis, how much data you index per day. So accordingly, and plus the support what you take from Splunk. Also, there are some charges for premium applications as well. So those things you need to take under consideration when you are deploying your solution for your organization. So next one is Splunk Lite. It's very light, as name suggested. It generally used for a small organization where few handful data you need to ingest to Splunk and work around. So it's a very limited version of Splunk. So next one is Hunk, and Hunk generally used for big data environment where you have a large uh, environment where you can install Hunk and use it. Free version generally use it for POC, and it has 60 days of free trial where you can ingest 500 MB data per day. So there are a few things I will describe in detail regarding this. First one is maximum daily index volume. So as I mentioned, in Splunk free license, you have 500 MB of data per day ingested. You can ingest. In enterprise, it's unlimited, and in cloud also it's unlimited, provided you need to purchase licensing for that. So Splunk will charge on the basis of per day index. So as per your requirement, you need to tell Splunk how much license you require from Splunk. So maximum users. Splunk supports Splunk free license support one user. So generally, this kind of setup we use it for POC or personal use or learning purpose. And in enterprise, it's unlimited, provided you have sufficient resources on your search head. So because login for user search and is for user interface, search it is responsible for it. And similarly on Splunk Cloud, it has unlimited user support, provided you have sufficient resources on the search it. So universal data collection and indexing. So as you see, Splunk free version supports it. Also, all the other deployment supports. So metrics, storage, data collection add-ons and data collection add-ons generally when we use a specific kind of data ingestion. So we use data add-on. So data add-on supported by all the flavors, all the deployments. Metrics storage is also supported by all the deployments. So monitoring and alerting. This is the part where Splunk free version doesn't support this functionality, uh, but enterprise and cloud version supports it. So apart from that all other details are supported by all these flavors like dashboards and reports, search and analysis, event annotation, automatic data enrichment, anomaly detection, table and more data models and pivot. Splunk base where you get the data from Splunk or install app from Splunk. For that you need a Splunk user or to log into Splunk base or Splunk support. So next one is a Splunk premium solution. So Splunk provides some premium solution like enterprise security and IT operations and user behavior analysis. For those solution, it has premium applications. So for that, we need to pay extra amount apart from your enterprise or cloud instance, uh, cloud setup. So for that, Splunk free version doesn't support those premium solution, though enterprise and cloud version supports it. For getting a premium solution, you need to support. You need to contact Splunk sales to get those solution, and then you will get the license for premium solutions. High availability, Splunk's free license doesn't support high availability, but both other support. Disaster recovery, free version again it doesn't support, but rest of them support it. Clustering is not supported. Like if you want to do search it clustering and index clustering, so not supported in free version, though it's supported in enterprise security and enterprise Splunk enterprise and Splunk cloud version. Distributed searches not supported in free version, supported in the two versions. Performance acceleration not supported in free version, supported in other version. Access control, as I mentioned, it has only one user allowed to this. So access control is not possible. You cannot provide access to other users. So it is possible. Access control is possible in other two deployment. Single sign-on not possible, or LDAP integration is not possible in Splunk free version, though it is supported in other versions. Developer environment, there is no developer environment for free version, but it is there for Splunk enterprise and Splunk cloud. Dynamic data, not there in free version, as well it's not there in enterprise version, but cloud supports it. Support, Splunk community support given to free version. For enterprise and cloud version, there are standard and premium support. So for getting this support, you need to contact Splunk and you need to pay extra for this kind of support. Standard support is kind of standard support, and premium you get some extra weightage for your support. So again, all these Splunk, all two of them you can deploy it in your environment. You can get it downloaded free from Splunk site, and for free version you have 60 days of trial license where you can ingest 500 MB of data. However, for enterprise, you need to uh, get licensing file from Splunk support, and you need to install that on license master. Okay, and for cloud, again, for this you need to contact Splunk sales. And for free trial cloud, it gives a 15 days of free cloud instance where you can, it's similar to Splunk free version, but everything is on cloud. Here you install it on your environment, but here you can just get your own Splunk instance and you can play around with. So for installing Splunk, I have created one video for it. So go and have a look if you need. Okay. In this video, we are going to see how to access the Splunk. So this is IP address of my instance where Splunk is installed. After that, you need to give 8000 port and hit enter. If you have created secured configuration, so you need to give https // but I have not done that configuration, so just you can access through http as well. So it is taking some time to load, and here you need to give your username password. I'm giving a username password which I have used during the installation of Splunk. So once you give username password, it will validate your username password, and this is how you can access Splunk. My system is a bit slow, so it is taking a bit longer to land to home page. So this is the home page. Okay, you will get uh, some updates or other messages. So you just ignore for time being. Okay, now we'll see how many roles are available in Splunk, roles and users. So from settings you can go to roles, and you can see you can see how many roles are there. So with respect to a fundamental one, there are three roles are important. First is user, power, and admin. So if you can see a user has a few native capabilities and dead capability. So user have few of the capabilities like you can see what all if you click on that, you can see what all uh, the inheritance is there, what all the capabilities are there. So you can see in accelerate search, it's native which you have selected, and it will show inherit one which is inherited from the parent. So here it all native capabilities which you have selected. It comes by default, you need not to select anything over here. So these are the capabilities. So indexes, uh, what all indexes this roles user can access. So all non-internal indexes user can access, main index not, but not other indexes. Restrictions, so what all restrictions are there, you can see what all restrictions are there here. If you go, and you can see over there what all restrictions are there. Resources, how many resources and what all. So these everything is visible to admin only. No other user can see that. Okay, so these are all the things you can see. You can install and check what all the things are. Now the next level of user is power user. It has a bit more capabilities than user. So you can see a native capability means the selected capability is 7, but then inherited capabilities are more than user. So in short, you can say it has 23 and it has 30 capabilities. So the power user is has more capability than user. Okay, now next one is admin. Admin is kind of as you all know, this kind of user can administrate Splunk. So generally they have permission to configure application, create application, restart, create user, restart Splunk, and all other settings. So when you are user or power user, you can select this area. You can have only this area, and when you are admin, you can see everything in it. All the options you can see it. So this is kind of a users you have in your environment. So all other two other users are there, can delete and Splunk system can delete. When you want to delete uh, events from your index, so you need to assign can delete to that role. By default, admin also do not have can delete, so you can assign that role to admin user. Similarly, there are some Splunk system rules are there, so you can have a look on that. So for fundamental one, you need to remember admin, power user, and is user. Types of input. How many types of input is there in Splunk? So let's begin. So if you have not logged into Splunk yet, this is the Splunk screen. And to access data input, you need to go to settings, then data input. So these many number of data inputs are there. So we'll go to this one by one. First is this is local data input. First is file and directory. So we'll click on file and directory, create on these many. By default, these many inputs are configured. So we'll go to new, and if you want to monitor the file or ingest the data on the from the file which is there in the present environment where the Splunk is installed, so you can browse it over here and go to a specific directory and you can select it over here. So once it is get selected, it will look like this. For this is for Windows and this is for Unix. You can see it here, and you need to select a source type, input settings, and all index and everything. You need to select it over here. For source type and setting other parameters, I have already created a video how to ingest a data in Splunk. So please have a look on this. This video is only about the types of data inputs. How many types of data inputs are there in Splunk? So this is one of the type. We'll go to next. This is HTTP event collector. So HTTP event collector is nothing but if we want to get the data from a specific API. So we create a kind of token, and that token, when we that token is to be configure it at source level, and then once the source is send the data to Splunk, it will verify with that token. If tokens are matches, then it will ingest the data. So the other setting is similar to my previous video. Input settings and everything will be there. So also I'm going to create a detailed video in for each input data. For this video or for this tutorial, just we need to understand that how many types of inputs are there. So in exam also there is they won't be asking in detail, so you need to just uh, remember that how many data inputs are there and how can we configure. Just overview. The next one is TCP and UDP data. So TCP and UDP data, for this we need to whatever the source is there, source will send to specific port on this source, on this destination. Like Splunk will be the destination, and you whatever port is there, we need to configure a port here. Like say it's a syslog port. So the source will be sending the data. If you configure 5514, so the source will be sending data to 514, and Splunk will listen to that data continuously, and whenever it gets the data, it will index. Okay, this is about TCP and UDP. It's similar with the UDP, like just there are the two different inputs are there. Now scripts, if you have created any script and through that if any data is getting generated, so we can define that script here, and for that you need to define a specific directory where the script is. So through that we can, and there are some other parameters is also there, so you can define that. So these are main four types of inputs are there. This is about a local input, and there are some forwarded inputs are also there. Let's have a look on that. Forwarded inputs. So we have covered for local input, we have covered everything. Forwarded input, I don't think these inputs will regarding this the question will be asked in the exam, but let's have a look. This only the difference will be we do not see HTTP event collector, HEC, we call it HEC, and two additional things will be there. One is Windows events logs. So we can forward, if we want to forward from here to some other destination, so we can do that as well. So you need to create remote event logs. So there are few forwarder configuration deployment. So these are I don't think so these questions will be asked. Just for reference, just you remember that there are these many inputs, forwarded inputs are there. So one is Windows event collector, second event log, second is file and directory, Windows performance monitoring, TCP, UDP, and scripts. So this is all about types of data input. Let's move to next topic, that is default metadata of Splunk. So what all the default metadata comes when any event has arrived to the index. So let's have a look. I will go to index equal to internal index and search it for 24 hours. Now you can see host, source type these are the default fields coming along with the event, and one more field it will be there, that is called index. So index, if for data any index is not mentioned, by default it will land it to main index. So go to that index. So this is the default index. Currently there is no data over here because we have not inserted any data. So there are 4 default meta data will be there with any event. First is host, second is source, third is source type, and next one is index. So you need question, they will ask question regarding this as well. There are few things we need to take care about when we work with the Splunk. The metadata is applied to the entire source, whatever source is there. So source as in from where the data is coming, not this source. Okay. The next one is Splunk applies defaults if not specified. Okay, so you have not, if you have not specified any source type or host, so it will apply its own. It means it processes its own and then apply the source type. Also, you can override the default source type or default fields with your own values on that particular time, or maybe on later you can do that. So let's see what will be the values for this if not assigned. So for source it can be a path of the log, or we can say network host and colon port, or the script name, or any host name and then port, or any specific value you have defined in the source. For host, it can be a Splunk hostname, Splunk hostname of the input instance, usually a forwarder, or forwarder as in it can be a universal forwarder, or it can be a heavy forwarder. So both forwarder name can be there. So like here you can see it showing Splunk, the host name is Splunk. If the data is coming from forwarder, it will show the name of the forwarder here. Okay. So so in the like whenever you have installed universal forwarder on any of the Unix or Windows environment in Windows server, so the name of that server will come over here. So it's nothing but a universal forwarder server name is, yeah. So also the index, currently I have searched for internal index, so it is giving internal index. If you have not specified, it will get as a main index. Default will be the main index. So that's it about this video. So let's recap what we have covered in the video. So we have covered what all things we have covered. First, the data input, what all data inputs are there. So there are local inputs and the forwarded inputs are there. So local inputs, file and directory, HTTP event collector, so we call it as a HEC as well. So TCP, UDP, script, so these are local inputs, and forwarded inputs are Windows event logs, files and directories, Windows performance monitoring, TCP, UDP and script. Next, we have covered metadata settings, default metadata settings. What all default metadata will be there with your event. So whenever the event comes in, there will be a 3 or 4 types of default fields will be there, but these 3 fields always come in selected fields. Index won't come here, so these are 1, 2, 3 and fourth one is the index. So we have learned what will be the default value of this host, where the from where the data is coming, source of the data, source type, what type of data is there. So generally it comes like a source file. If it is a source file, if it is not defined, like here it is defined like Splunk forward Splunk UI, this everything, and another one is index. So by default it's a main index. So that's it. Thanks for watching my video. Hi friends, this video is about Splunk deployment. So Splunk deployment tells us how the Splunk is deployed in the environment, or how the components are connected to each other in the environment. So if you want to know about Splunk component, so you can go to my previous video and have a look about it. So Splunk deployment can be done in several ways. A single instance, or we can say standalone, or multi-instance, we can say distributed environment, or single site or multi-site deployment. So we will go to those one by one. So let's see. So first type of deployment is standalone deployment, where we install Splunk on a single machine, where all the components are installed on that machine. So we install full stack Splunk on single machine, and then give a role of each of the component to that machine only. If you want to know how to install Splunk, so I have created a video on that as well, and as well as I have created to provide an input to ingest data in a Splunk. So all the scenario will cover in that video. So this is all about a standalone installation or deployment. So in this we have next deployment is a basic deployment, where we have separated forwarder management in a different machine, or we can say input we have put it in different machine. So we install searched and indexer in one of the machine, and we keep its input as a separate. Input can be anything. We directly can install a universal forwarder on one of the input machine, like Linux or Windows, and forward the data to other Splunk components. So this is a very basic environment. This we can compare it to standalone as well. So the difference in that, just we are separating the input from indexer and searched, or we can say we are separating the forward management configurations. So one more thing about the standalone configuration. Generally in each of the company, we do have standalone environment where we use it for POC purpose. So POC purpose or testing, we do it. So all functionality in a single instance on Splunk regarding this. For testing, proof of concept, personal use and learning, we use standalone environment. This is what you get when you download Splunk and install with default settings. So also we recommend it, one should have one standalone environment for testing or POC. So this is all about it. So again, I have explained about basic deployment. So also basic deployment, as I mentioned earlier, it is similar to server. It is similar to standalone configuration. Manage deployment of forwarder and configurations. Forwarders collect data and send it. This forwarder collects data and send it to the other components. Install forwarders at source, usually production servers. So we install units of forwarder over here and forward the data to other sources. Now this is all about basic deployment. Now next one is multi-instance. Multi-instance where all the components we install it in separate servers, and we uh, give a role to them as searching, indexing or input. So input is nothing but we install, as I earlier explained, we install UF on input machines from where we need to get the data, and we have search peer. So from forwarder we send data to indexers, and these are also a separate boxes, separate where on each of the boxes we install full stack Splunk. Now we have searching or search head, where also we install full stack search head, full stack Splunk you can say. So likewise we can do multi-instance configuration or deployment. So generally we use it, this kind of a deployment we use it when indexing up to 100 GB per day. Support this kind of deployment, support 100 user or support several hundred forwarders. So in this type of deployment where we need this kind of configuration or this kind of support, so we can use this deployment. So also if you want to increase the capacity of your environment, then there are two more type of deployment. First is search head cluster and another one is index cluster. Generally search head cluster we use when the number of users are more, or load on the search head will be more. So we use search head cluster to distribute the workload for creating reports or user access management and everything. Indexing, when you have a huge amount of data in your environment, like say big data or something, so you use a cluster environment to distribute your work in that type of. Okay, let's go one by one to this kind of deployment. So you can see search at cluster. So we install full stack Splunk on these boxes, and there are few configurations where we make uh, one of search head as a captain and others will be slave. So those are the advanced level of configuration. So when we are going to create advanced level of series, so I am going to explain it in a better way. So For this video, search head cluster will be managed by a deployer. There is one of the component called deployer, and all the kind of configuration or pushing app from a deployer to pushing app to search head will be done by the deployer. Okay, so in a specific directory of deployer, we put the we place applications, and from there we push the application to or configuration to search it. So like this we manage search it cluster, and all the users will be logging to search it cluster, and they will never know on which cluster they are logged in. So to balance the load, we use this kind of deployment. So underlying architecture will be same. It can be non-cluster, search at peer, and not search peer, or can be index cluster. So the next deployment will be index cluster deployment. As I mentioned, that index cluster deployment will be used when we expect a huge amount of data from the input sources. So this kind of deployment can be used in big data kind of environment where we have a huge amount of data. So there we can use this kind of deployment. Again, we need to install Splunk on each of the component, each of the server, and make this as a part of cluster, index cluster. We call it index cluster, and this cluster is managed by cluster master. So like a deployer, we have cluster master for index clustering, index cluster management. Hi friends, this video is about Splunk GUI overview. So let's begin. I will log into Splunk with my credentials. So for this video, I am using Splunk 8 version 8.0.3. So whenever you log into Splunk, it will land to this page. This is called home screen or home launcher in terms of Splunk terminology. So this left hand side, all the applications which are installed in your environment will be shown here. So this is called as application bar or application panel. Then once you click on any of the application, the application menu or application bar will turn to drop down. Okay, and any other application related things will come over here. So again, we'll go back to that. Now if you can see the settings, so it will give you it will help you to manage your apps. The sign will click over here, and you can see all the apps which is installed in your environment. Okay, so these are the apps which are currently installed in my environment. Now we can see there is an app name. So this is the name given to the app. Folder name, the folder name which is stored in the backend. So whenever you log into CLI, you can see this folder name. These two names can be different, so we can put it on our convenient. So next is version, whatever version you want to put for the for a particular application, or if you have installed from Splunk app, then you the version which you have downloaded will be shown here. Next is update checking. So if you have selected yes, so if in case any app, update is there on Splunk app, so it will automatically get updated. So generally, in any of the environment, generally keep it as no, because if you do it, uh, you keep it as yes. So generally, when application get updated, the Splunk will get automatically started. So to avoid that, we keep it as no. Visible, so visible, it shows the visibility of your app. So if we keep it as yes, so that means the app can be visible over here. So currently, uh, you can see there are few apps as uh, search and reporting. You can see it's visible yes, so you can see it here. Then there are some systems apps like home launch. So as we have landed to this page, home launcher, so this app is called home launcher. Okay. Then next option is sharing, the app sharing. So you can go to permission, and you can select whether you want to share app among people or no. So you can share only to this app, or you can share among all the apps. And also with the read write access, so whatever you want to select, you can do it. Okay. Status, disable, enable, so you can do it. So again, the action, whatever action you want to perform. Edit property, if this option will get selected only when you have admin access. So edit property, you can do like you can change it and upload a file in your application if you want. Now view object, whatever object is there in your application, you can view it. So yeah. Now again, there are few options are there. Browse more apps. So browse more apps, as I shown in my one of the video, I have downloaded DB app. So you can search any of the app and you can install in your environment. Here you can see the categories. Whatever app you want to install is belong to which category, you can search it easily. Sim version, compatible version you want to give. App, add-on, app or add-on you want to select. App and add-on. Support type, it is the developer means it is not developed by Splunk. And third, indirect, you can say the third party developers. Splunk, supported by Splunk or not supported. So this way you can select it. Inputs, and these all parameters you can select and filter the apps. Now the next option is install app from file. So this option you can choose when you want to install, you have downloaded app from Splunk app and you want to download it in your environment. So just go and select it, choose the tar file and select it here and upload it. It will get installed. So yeah. So if you want to create app, you can do that. So I will make video on how can we create apps. So this video is not with respect to create app, and also I will in that I will explain in detail how can we deal with the app. So this is all about app configuration. Now we can go to next thing. uh, next tab is this is called a home page. If you want, you can change it by with your settings. So by default you will see like this. Now this is product core. If you want to uh, you want to learn about how to add data, how to search tutorial, and the dashboard tutorials, you can do it like this. You can click on over here, and this will navigate to you about how can you ingest the data. Now next one is about search. So about search also, it will give you few things about search. And then the next one is dashboard tool. So similarly, it will show about some tutorial about the dashboard. Now next one is add data. It will redirect you to add data. So in one of the video I have covered how to ingest the data in Splunk. So if you want, you can go through that video, explore the data. So this came in new version of Splunk. So this is like advanced Splunking apps. Directly you can go to app from there. So it will change the window and go to new window. Now this is all about your home page. Now you can go to user. If you have logged into administrator, so it will give you admin or your username. So yeah, so here you can see account settings. So whatever and you want to change a password or email address, you can save it over here after changing it. Now logout, you all know about logout. Preferences, there are a few preferences, global preferences. So time zone, as per your you as per you can change your time window. And home screen, as I said home screen, you can change any of the screen over here. Okay, this is one of the option where you want to restart jobs when the Splunk software is restarted. So if you want to do any changes, this is just apply it. Now this is very important part, important in terms of if you want to see your search GUI, if you want to see in fancy direction, fancy look, so you can do that. So first is general settings. In general settings, normally search as assistance, it comes with compact search as assistant. Now where you can see, like if you select line number, so it will show in search term, it will show you line number. Then auto format, your search will get auto formatted. I'll show you in a minute how it looks like. So I put first of all, I'll keep it none and make it apply. I'll go to search and reporting app. So index equal to, here it is not suggesting anything. So now I go to preference and now editor, change to compact mode, apply. So now it should show something about index, what all indexes are there, and from there you can select your index. Now next one is full assistant mode, where you can put and it will give a few detail about that search as well. So you can use these options. Now here line, as you can see here there are lines are mentioned over here. So line, you can see line over there. Auto search format, it will format your search in readable format, so you can play around it. Now themes, there are a couple of themes are there, like light theme there, where the keywords will be highlighted in different color, and your search is in like your search term is highlighted in black color. So if you click on black and white, like see your all the commands as well, the reserved word is also become black. If you want to select dark theme, you can select apply it. So you can, yeah. So this is all about preferences. So now messages, whatever warning and messages with respect to system, it will uh, show it over here. So it comes with the alerting part. So you can send your customized alerting over here from the alerting. So I'll show you that in detail in my future videos. So for now, you can consider it's a system warning message message alerts. You can see that. Yeah. So next is setting. There are n number of settings are there. So generally these all settings are visible only to admin. For user level, you can see the knowledge base only and few other settings. But for admin, you can see each and everything. Add data, you can directly go to add data, explore data. So this came along with the new version of Splunk. Monitoring console. Monitoring console will give you about Splunk health. So from where here you can see how Splunk is performing, health check, summary, and everything. This video is not about health check, so I'll be covering this in my upcoming videos. So like you can see all the knowledge base system settings. This is user level things. This is distributed system and data. So these settings, all settings are here. Now activity job. So whatever activity jobs are there, you can see over here. Activity job is nothing but a search which has completed, ongoing, or suspended, stopped. Whatever search is there, you can see the detail about it. Okay, job is nothing but a search, yeah. And triggered alert, through whenever you have any alert, it will show over here. So this is all about that. Help, as you know, you can see it here all about Splunk. So it has a version 8.0.3, build Splunk, DF Hadoop, and all the other details you can see. Okay, help, you can, what is new, tutorial, Splunk answers, and everything you can see it. So I have covered all the options in Splunk. Now there are a few more thing. This can be additional thing. So if you means this is search and reporting is also one of the app which is installed, and we generally interact more with this app. So this bar is called a search bar. Whatever search is there, we write it over here like this. So you can see search. You can see all the events over here. Now more over here, and then you can see how to search, documentation, tutorial, and summary about your data summary. So you can see how many source types are there and hosts are there. So you can see the list of it. So currently it's there are few data is there, so it's taking time to load. So you can see all host, source, and source type over here. Then here you can see history, search history, whatever searches you have ran. This will show the search history. This will help you when you forgot to write your search somewhere, and you can search, you can see those searches over here. It has options as well if you want to do it to index name, or you can search it over here. So now next option is time, and this is very important. Means generally one should not search for longer time, it will impact your system. So generally we keep it 15 minutes, 60 minutes, 24 hours, 4 hours. So you should not run your search for all time, so it will impact your system performance. Likewise, you have relative time, like you want to run for past 4 hours or past 4 days. Likewise, you can begin with. So all the options are there. Relative times are there, like which time, relative time, like which time to time you want to give. Time range and date is also there. This one is date range, and this is date and time range. So you can specify the time and date. You can click on apply. Accordingly, it will get searched. Now this is bit advanced one, so you can minus whatever. It will give you hours. You can put it day, minutes, or likewise you can search it. Once you do it, click on search. This is how it will search your search term. There are a few other options is also there in search and reporting analytics. So this has come with a new version of Splunk dataset. What all datasets are there in your environment, it will show you all the datasets, so you can play around with it. The reporting, what all reports are there with respect to this particular app, it will show it here. So these kind of tabs you can see for all the apps. So generally I think data analytics, you won't see it here. Search, dataset, report, alerts and dashboard, you can see almost all the apps. So again, it's depend on how you have created the app, but by default, few of them it will come with the apps, and rest of them you can, again, it's customizable. If you want, you can keep it, remove, or whatever you want to do with that, you can do it. So these are the reports, whatever reports you have created for this app, you can see it here. Alerts is nothing but a triggering alert. So it's kind of a report, and on top of we have given a condition to trigger an alert. So next one is a dashboard. Whatever dashboard with respect to this application, you can see it over here. So same as I mentioned earlier, similarly for other applications, you can see these kind of tabs. Not all tab, but similar kind of tab you can see over there. So I think most of the things I have covered in it. So if you have any question, any concern with respect to accessing Splunk, so you can definitely comment me in the comment section. So I will definitely answer your questions. So also for accessing Splunk, you need to give IP address and port 8000. Okay. So yeah, I think I have covered all the aspects of how can you use. This video is all about one-liner Splunk installation on Linux. So here I will show you how can you install Splunk in single line. So for that, you should have a Linux server with root user permission, or you should have user as a Splunk with executable permission. So first of all, I will switch user to root. Now it's best practice to install Splunk with Splunk user, but currently in this environment I do not have a Splunk user, so I am showing it through root user. So for switching Splunk switching user to Splunk user, just you need to uh, run this command. So I have root user, so I am going to install Splunk with root user. So now we will copy the one-liner installation command to run. So I will hit enter and let for now I will pause the video and come back again once it is installed. Now here you need to give username and password. So I am giving admin and password whichever it's like. So yeah, the Splunk is installed now. So let's access the Splunk through GUI. Now you can access Splunk with IP address and 8000 port. So I'm going to access it. Yeah, so we need to give the same username and password which we have given at the time of installation. Yeah, so this is the Splunk install, and you can perform any operation that you want. That's it for this video. Thank you. Hi friends, this video is about search and reporting basics. So before begin, I wanted to inform you that this topic will cover a maximum question from the fundamental one exam. So from this topic, around 25% of questions comes in the exam. So please pay attention on this. So as I earlier mentioned that uh, everything in Splunk is app. So search and reporting is also one of the apps. So let's go to a search and reporting app. So once you click on that, it will go to this window. Here I have already explained about it. Just go to that video and have a look what all functionality. This is called a search bar. So search bar, how to say in a Google search bar, if you type something, it will give you some results. So similarly, it's a kind of a Google for your logs, whichever you have ingested in your environment. So if you want to search anything, just start with error. Like if anything is there in your uh, anything is there, any error is there in your log, so it will come in the picture. So currently there is no things called error. So let me search with some other fatal or no fail. There is nothing called fail. So there is no error in my system. So let's start with some other keyword info. So I will click on it and it should show some info because I haven't given any index. So before that, it should have some index. Internal, and I'll call it as info. So it should come like, first you need to mention any of the index in the environment, whatever index is there, and then you go for the keyword. Now, main thing you need to understand here is, if you type it, there will be some assistance will come in picture, like what all keywords you can use it, and what all things you can match it through. So you can continue whatever in your mind to type, or if you know everything, you can do by your own, or it will suggest the Splunk will assist for you on that. So once you type pipe, it will give you all the commands which is related to or you have earlier used, or it will give you some kind of assistant that these kind of command you can use. And if you hovering over it, you can see the definition of it comes in. If you want to learn more, you can click on more and go to your search, or do means go to the help, and you can work over there. So like this. See, the things are if you want to, like, say, if you say I want to type a chart or stats command, I want to use statistics command. So like it will assist what can you do with the statistics command. You want to do count, or you want to do the count by host, or count by something. So these all things will come first, or everything will come. So it will assist you. So, and how to access that how to enable this or disable. By default it is enable, but it is enabled in compact mode. So you need to go to admin, preferences, or user. If you are user, it will show user. I'm admin, that's why it is showing me admin. So preferences, SQL editor, and here you can see currently the assistant mode is compact. If you want to do full assistance, you can do it full assistant. Though I have already covered this topic in my previous videos, just I will inform. If you click this, it will give you more information about the command. So you can see the difference. Stats. Now the command will come, history command, or command history or something. The assistance will come. Now here the example or the details about that command will come. Like you can see it here. You want to, if you want to click on more or help, it will give you. Currently auto selection is open. Auto open. If you want to do auto open, you can select or unselect it. Okay. Now working with parentheses in assistance mode, like if you want to put parentheses, the matching parenthesis is there, it will say it will highlight the matching parenthesis. If there is no parenthesis, it will not highlight anything. So this is how the assistance will work. Okay. In case you forget to put the parenthesis, so for individual opening parenthesis, there will be a closing parenthesis. So this is how you can identify whether you have used a correct number of parentheses or not. Now, when you use any search, it will give you a result immediately. Okay. And the result will be in reverse chronological order. That means the latest event come first, and the oldest event will come last. If you want to search the oldest event, you want to run reverse command. So you can see the oldest first. Also, you can see the term which we have used is highlighted in the result itself. Okay, here you can see whatever field you will put, it will highlight over there. Now, whenever you search for any events or anything, there are number of field comes automatically, and those are the timestamp of event, host, source type, and index. So these are the major thing come by default. If you do not specify, it will come. Okay, so these thing needs to be needs to be taken under consideration, that whenever you so let's see what all other things are there in the result. So you can see here the events is shown here. You can see events. The second one is uh, this is called a time range picker. This is called a time range picker, where you can select time for which you want the data. Okay, and this is called a sidebar, where you can see the selected fields and interesting field. Selected fields, when you click it and you say it yes, so it will come in selected field. And again, if you do not want to include it here, you can click. This is the timestamp and other metadata attached to your event. Page initer. So here we can see a page initer, where you can go to multiple pages. One by one you can go to pages. And also a timeline format, how you want it, compact, full, hidden. So this is a timeline pattern. This is a kind of a representation, is small representation of your data, at what time your data has come, or like you can see I have a data on this many number of data is there on Saturday. This is the date and everything. This is called hold event, and also I have explain you, these are the metadata, and this is generally a selected field which you select over here. So those will come over there. So you can see, if I do that, the selected field, it is added a new selected field over here. If I unselect it will go off. So you can see it. So this is event, all the events come over here, and this is a search mode, in what mode you want to run the search. So about this search mode, I'm going to create a video in our next part, that is fundamental 2. So for now, you need to consider how many modes are there. If you want to modify your search according to your result, that you can do that as well. If you hover over any specific value, so it will get highlighted, and now if you click over here, it will say if you want to add this value in search, or exclude, or open a new search. If you will add, it will get added, and it will search according to that. If you want to exclude it, remove, it will get removed. Also, a particular thing, if you want to exclude it, you can exclude as well. It will say not for that particular. Okay. Also, if you want to open that in a new search, it will get open in the new search. It will open a new search. Okay. So similarly, you can use this function as well. Now again, if you can see in the event, there are 50 events per page. If you want, you can increase it to 10, or you can decrease or increase it to 50 per page. Now again, how you want to see the data? This is in the list format. So here you can see a raw format where the data will be shown as raw table, that it will show in table. By default, it's in list format. Okay, that is called a layout of your event. Okay, so now if you go to time range, there are different if you want to choose a particular time range from where you want to get the data. This is a present time range where it has a relative time. This is the relative time. This is the real time. So real time, it means it will search for the data in real time. It will look for like say if you selected 5 minutes of data, if you select it, it will continuously will looking for the data for last 5 minutes. Means it's a real time searches. So it continuously will be looking for the data. So similarly, there are customized fields. Customized time picker is there. So relative time picker, if you want to select a relative or real time. Real time, again I shown the real time, date and range, date and time range, and advance. So these are the time picker where you can search the data for a particular time. So these are called the below one. These are called advanced time picker. These are called advanced time picker. If you want, if you go to advanced time picker, as it is shown, advanced time picker, there is a abbreviation like H for hours, S for second, M for minute, D for days, weeks, months, and year. Y for year. Mon is for month. Week, you need to use W. So what it means? So whenever you have put it will search for a specific like say if you have put 30 minute and 30 minute, and you have at R. So if your event has come, if you have ran the search for like say 10:35 am, if you run that command and you're looking for past uh, 30 minutes of time, so the data will be fetched for 10, not 10 10 past 5. It will not search for 10 past 5 because you have rounded off for hours. So it will check for a particular hour, a specific value, specific hour. So it will search for 10 a.m. instead of 10 10 5. Okay, so this is a kind of abbreviation we use it. Also, when we talk about a time range, so there are in search itself you can use earliest time. If you say it R, so this will search for past hour, past 1 hour. It will search for the data past 1 hour. Now, if you want to put, there are some other things are there, like say if you want to put, and the latest will be at the rate T. So I think there is no data for past 2 days. There is no data because I have installed the instance right now, but it will search for last, look back from 2 days ago up to the beginning of today. It will look back for 2 days ago, and the latest event will be the beginning of the day. So Similarly, you can use a time range, a specific time range if you want to know. Like I will put a certain date where I want to search the data. So need to give a time 12:30. So it will search for that particular time. Okay. So similarly, you can use the earliest time and from that time till now. That's why it is showing the data. Okay. So this is you can use a time range in the search itself. Now, when you see the data over here, so you can see some bars over here, and inside you can see uh, how the time range is for this bars. Like for every 1 minute, currently it is showing every 1 minute per column. So this is showing a data for every 1 minute. Now this bar chart, if you select any of it, and now if you hover it, it will show you the event for that particular time, but there is no change in the result of the event, or there is no change in the search. You can see there is no change in the search or no change in the, if you click, once you click over here, you can see the 313 events at that particular time, and now you can see the result also 313. So it will change the result, but still it won't change the search. So these kind of question will come in exam. So if you want to select, deselect, you can deselect and it will go back to that particular events and that main search. Now again, there are certain other options are there. Zoom out. If you want to zoom out, you can zoom out. Like for that particular time, you can zoom out again. You can see the difference. It will show now. Earlier it was showing for past for the column for every 1 minute. Now it is showing for every hour. So in this particular hour, these many events are there. Now if you go, I don't think so. Yeah, it's zooming again and again. This will zoom for per day. I'll click zoom to select. Now it will go back to per hour. Again I will select, it will go to per minute. Now again select, it will go to per second. Okay, so this is how it will work. Also there is you can select a time format, how you want to run the format, like hidden, compact, line, log, scale. If you want to select log scale, it will show it like this: full or compact, full and compact. Currently it is compact. Or you want to hide, you can hide it if you do not want to see it. This is called timeline and its settings. There is one more thing you need to keep in mind. When you do zoom in, zoom out, so at that time the search will rerun. Zoom in, zoom out, if you can see, the search will rerun. So if you just select it, the search won't run, just the events get filtered. So this type of question can come in the exam. So pay more attention on that. Now here, if you can see, there is a job inspector. If you want to, like, if anyone want to troubleshoot their search or or identify the performance of their search, so they can do it through a job inspector. So there is we have a job inspector, so where you can click over here and you can see how your search is performing. Okay, so this job inspector, if you want to like currently the setting is to keep that particular job is for 10 minutes by default setting. If you want go and edit, you can edit it. If you want to keep it private, public, permission to app or something, everyone, if you click on everyone can see it. If you want to keep a time, if see the job will stay in the Splunk for uh, 10 minutes by default, and if you want to change it, you can change it. If you want to share this particular inspection to anyone, you can share it. You can copy and share it to anyone you want, so that like you can save a time of running this search again and again. Just you can send the result to them. So this is how you can, this will help you, the job inspector will help you in investigation. Also you can perform some other operation, pause, stop, share this particular search. You can print and download. You can print to PDF. If you want to print this to PDF, you can do it. And if you want to download to CSV, you can do CSV or any other format, raw format, XML, JSON, you can do it. You can export to it. Like here I can export to test. So it will get exported and it will get saved in your local environment. Also keep in mind how many types of format you can download for a particular app. So these kind of question can come in exam. So keep in mind. Now, if you have already ran the search and if you want to go to that to inspect the job, so you can go from activity, you can go to job, and you can search for a specific job when you have. Yeah. So here you can see the job. This job you have run. Okay. So if you want to delete or do any operation on this job, so generally what happens is this job is taking, if job is taking long, so it will go to some other state apart from done, or from here itself you can go to some other activity. Like if you want to edit, you want to extend or inspect or delete the job, you can do that. Inspect or delete when this job is got stuck, or when job is get stuck, it won't allow other jobs to complete. So so you need to delete the job forcefully to run the other searches. So this is how it will help you. There is one more thing, the search histories. So you can see the search histories over here, whatever searches you have run. So go to Splunk search, and from here you can go down and select for the search history. So by default it's you can see 20 searches per page, so you want to select as per your need. Also time picker, you want to see 2 days or any other days, you can see it. Okay, so let's recap the session. So I've shown you how can you search a particular search term. So first of all, you need to give the index name. So any index name you can provide and search for the a particular search term in your index. Now it will this is called a search assistance, uh, and like see, if once you search for it, it will give you a certain match assistance, where you can select, either you can select or you can write your own searches. So here it will show some other details, how to navigate to that, how to select that. You want to go to preferences, go to SPL editor, and if you want to select any, compact none. If you select none, it won't show anything. Okay. So this is about search assistant. Uh, Next one is if you want to like about the parenthesis. There are like if you have selected search assistant, it will assist you about the parenthesis as well, whether it match the parenthesis or no. If you can see there is no match parenthesis, it won't highlight. Now it will highlight the adjacent parenthesis. We have seen the other things as well. When you search, it will give you the immediate result, and the term which we have search, it will get highlighted over here. Okay, and the events will be in reverse chronological order. The latest event will be on the top, and the oldest event will be on the at the last. So there are multiple things. By default, things comes with the event, and we can say Splunk extract those things. First is timestamp, host, source type, and index. Okay. So how the search results get means what all the other things are there when you run the search. Here is the events. You can see the events, time picker, and the fields, the interesting field or selected fields. You can see it over here. Timestamp is this time. This is the timestamp. Page initer. This is called a page initer, where you can go to the page. This is called the event. This whole bunch is called event pan, and this is the particular events you can show here. And when in the bottom of the event, you can see the selected fields. You can add or delete the selected fields over here. See, you can, okay. Now you can include or exclude any from the search. You can include, exclude any of the searches. Like you can add, exclude, or you can run a new search. So this is how you can use it. How you want to display your event. So you can edit that as well. Raw event or table. Okay. About the time picker, we have discussed about the time picker. Like this is a present time picker, and these are the advanced one. We have checked about abbreviation of this. We can use S for second, M for minute, H for hour, D for day, W for week, MON for month, and Y for years. So this is a snap to time until you specify. So I have already explained it, so you can go through. You can rewind that video. So we have checked about how can you use time range in your search itself. So you need to use earliest is equal to some value R or something. So it will give you last hour data, and so on. You can use, and you can use the latest one as well. Latest. So latest whatever now. By default it is now, but I am giving for example. So you can do manipulation as your own. Now we have talked about that format timeline. This is called a timeline, where for here it will show for how the data is displayed over here. Currently you can see 1 minute per column. Now you get hover over here. It will show until you have not selected, it will show the events without filtering or changing events. So once you select it, it just change the event. It just filter the event, not rerun the search. So you can deselect it from here. When you zoom in and zoom out, at that time it will filter the events as well as it will rerun the search. Okay, this is the main thing you need to understand. So you can do pause, stop, or search with your events, and you can print. Also, you can export the data. Okay, there are multiple. You can see there are multiple modes are there of search: fast, smart, and verbose modes are there. Okay, and the job inspector means from job settings you can do whatever you want to do. You can make it private, public, if you lifetime, how much time the job should be there once it is completed. So you can edit that as well. Apart from that, yeah, we have covered all the things with respect to this. Apart from that, if you have ran this search in past and you want to inspect the job or do anything with the job, so you can go here and do those things. Like here you can see, if you want to go to history of your searches, you can go in search and reporting app. Then from there you can go to search history. Here you can see all the histories. So that's it about this topic. So as I earlier mentioned that from this topic the 25% of questions will come. So please pay more attention and revise this topic again and again. So thanks for watching, and bye bye till the next video. Thank you. Hi friends, today I'm going to show you how to ingest the data in Splunk. So before we start, there are two things. First is we should have Splunk instance ready. So you can install the Splunk on your laptop, your PC, or you can install on your cloud instance. So to install Splunk, I have created a video and a link is shared in the description. So the second thing is we should have a data ready which we are going to ingest in Splunk. So Splunk support all kind of data to be ingested in Splunk. So for this video, I am using CSV data, or you can say it's employee record or employee salary details with few other details. So let's begin. So first of all, runs on 8000 port. So whenever you want to access Splunk, just give IP address and the port. Now I will log into Splunk and give my credentials. Now this is the Splunk GUI. Now to install Splunk, to ingest data in Splunk, we first of all, there are n number of ways to ingest data in Splunk, but we are using the simplest way to ingest the data in Splunk. So it is called manual ingestion by uploading a file. So from setting, you go to add data, then you can directly search it over here to use a guide of Splunk, or either you can go down and select option of upload. Now once you select the option, it will ask to select the file. Currently no file is selected. Now I am going to select file which I am going to upload. Now I have a CSV file with few records. So I'm going to upload this. Now once you you get the message of done. Click on next. It will go to next screen where it will ask for the source type. Now source type it call as a type of data, like currently we are like a type of data. Suppose we have Windows servers, so in this condition the source type will be Windows. If you have Linux servers, in that condition the source type will be Linux. So here we have type CSV. So you can choose your own type which is suitable for your data. So if you want, you can keep same name as CSV for the source type, or you can give your own name. I am giving the name of source type is my lab. So currently this is structured data, so it can ingest unstructured data as well, and the app, for which app you want to search to ingest this data. So I am keeping it default settings. Save it. Go to next window. Now next window, it has multiple options. First is host. Wherever the file is located, it will get the detail of that host. And currently is the field values is Splunk, so it will come as Splunk. So now we need to select the index. Index is nothing but a database of Splunk. So we cannot call it a database, but if like it is storing the data, so we are calling it as a database. So you can put in default index, as well as you can create it your own index. So I am giving it as my lab. Okay, all the other option I am keeping it as default. Save it. Okay, and then go to index and select the index. All other details I am keeping it as by default. Now click on next. It will show you the review. If review window, if if you want to change anything, you can go back and change everything. Now this is almost done. Now we can submit, and you get the result. File has been uploaded successfully. Now you can start. If you remember your index and source type, you can go and search for it. So for now I can skip it. So this is your source, host, index. Now I just go to index equal to my lab all the time, so you can see the data. Likewise, you can see age, city. So these are fields coming from your data. So whatever operation you want to perform, or you want to write SPL, you can write your Splunk query on this. So I will create a separate video for creating Splunk search query. So for now, that's it, and thank you. Hi friends, this video is about search and reporting basics. So before begin, I wanted to inform you that this topic will cover a maximum question from the fundamental 1 exam. So from this topic, around 25% of questions comes in the exam. So please pay attention on this. So as I earlier mentioned that everything in Splunk is app. So search and reporting is also one of the apps. So let's go to a search and reporting app. So once you click on that, it will go to this window. Here I have already explained about it. Just go to that video and have a look what all functionality. This is called a search bar. So search bar, how to means in a Google search bar, if you type something, it will give you some results. So similarly, it's a kind of a Google for your logs, whichever you have ingested in your environment. So if you want to search anything, just start with error. Like if anything is there in your uh, anything is there, any error is there in your log, so it will come in the picture. So currently there is no things called error. So let me search with some other fatal or no fail. There is nothing called fail. So there is no error in my system. So let's start with some other the keyword info. So I will click on it, and it should show some info because I haven't given any index. So before that, it should have some index. Internal, and I'll call it as info. So it should come like, first you need to mention any of the index in the environment, whatever index is there, and then you go for the keyword. Now main thing you need to understand here is, if you type it, there will be some assistance will come in picture, like what all keywords you can use it, and what all things you can match it through. So you can continue whatever in your mind to type, or if you know everything, you can do by your own, or it will suggest the Splunk will assist for you on that. So once you type pipe, it will give you all the commands which is related to or you have earlier used, or it will give you some kind of assistant that these kind of command you can use. And if you hovering over it, you are hovering over it, you can see the definition of it comes in. If you want to learn more, you can click on more and go to your search, or do means go to the help, and you can work over there. So like this. See, the things are if you want to, like, say, if you say I want to type a chart or stats command, I want to use statistics command. So like it will assist what can you do with the statistics command. You want to do count, or you want to do the count by host, or count by something. So these all things will come first, or everything will come. So it will assist you. So, and how to access that how to enable this or disable. By default it is enable, but it is enabled in compact mode. So you need to go to admin, preferences, or user. If you are user, it will show user. I'm admin, that's why it is showing me admin. So preferences, SQL editor, and here you can see currently the assistant mode is compact. If you want to do full assistance, you can do it full assistant. Though I have already covered this topic in my previous videos, just I will inform. If you click this, it will give you more information about the command. So you can see the difference. Stats. Now the command will come, history command, or command history or something. The assistance will come. Now here the example or the details about that command will come. Like you can see it here. You want to, if you want to click on more or help, it will give you. Currently auto selection is open. Auto Open. If you want to do auto open, you can select or unselect it. Okay. Now working with parentheses in assistance mode, like if you want to put parentheses, the matching parenthesis is there, it will say it will highlight the matching parenthesis. If there is no parenthesis, it will not highlight anything. So this is how the assistance will work. Okay. If in case you forget to put the parenthesis, so for individual opening parenthesis, there will be a closing parenthesis. So this is how you can identify whether you have used a correct number of parentheses or not. Now, when you use any search, it will give you a result immediately. Okay. And the result will be in reverse chronological order. That means the latest event come first and the, the oldest event will come last. If you want to search the oldest event, you want to run reverse command. So you can see the oldest first. Also, you can see the term which we have used is highlighted in the result itself. Okay, here you can see whatever field you will put, it will highlight over there. Now, whenever you search for any events or anything, there are number of field comes automatically, and those are the timestamp of event, host, source type, and index. So these are the major thing come by default. If you do not specify, it will come. Okay, so these thing needs to be needs to be taken under consideration, that whenever you so let's see what all other things are there in the result. So you can see here the events is shown here. You can see events. The second one is uh, this is called a time range picker. This is called a time range picker, where you can select time for which you want the data. Okay, and this is called a sidebar, where you can see the selected fields and interesting field. Selected fields, when you click it and you say it yes, so it will come in selected field. And again, if you do not want to include it here, you can click. This is the timestamp and other metadata attached to your event. Page initer. So here we can see a page initer where you can go to multiple pages. One by one you can go to pages. And also a timeline format, how you want it, compact, full, hidden. So this is a timeline pattern. This is a kind of a representation, is small representation of your data, at what time your data has come, or like you can see I have a data on this many number of data is there on Saturday. This is the date and everything. This is called hold event, and also I have explain you these are the metadata, and this is generally a selected field which you select over here. So those will come over there. So you can see, if I do that, the selected field, it is added a new selected field over here. If I unselect it will go off. So you can see it. So this is event, all the events come over here, and this is a search mode, in what mode you want to run the search. So about this search mode, I'm going to create a video in our next part, that is fundamental 2. So for now, you need to consider how many modes are there. If you want to modify your search according to your result, that you can do that as well. If you hover over any specific value, so it will get highlighted, and now if you click over here, it will say if you want to add this value in search or exclude or open a new search. If you will add, it will get added and it will search according to that. If you want to exclude it, remove, it will get removed. Also a particular thing, if you want to exclude it, you can exclude as well. It will say not for that particular. Okay. Also, if you want to open that in a new search, it will get open in the new search. It will open a new search. Okay. So similarly, you can use this function as well. Now again, if you can see in the event, there are 50 events per page. If you want, you can increase it to 10, or you can decrease or increase it to 50 per page. Now again, how you want to see the data? This is in the list format. So here you can see a raw format where the data will be shown as raw table, that it will show in table. By default, it's in list format. Okay, that is called a layout of your event. Okay, so now if you go to time range, there are different if you want to choose a particular time range from where you want to get the data. This is a present time range where it has a relative time. This is the relative time. This is the real time. So real time, it means it will search for the data in real time. It will look for like say if you selected 5 minutes of data, if you select it, it will continuously will looking for the data for last 5 minutes. Means it's a real time searches. So it continuously will be looking for the data. So similarly, there are customized fields. Customized time picker is there. So relative time picker, if you want to select a relative or real time. Real time, again I shown the real time, date and range, date and time range, and advance. So these are the time picker where you can search the data for a particular time. So these are called the below one. These are called advanced time picker. These are called advanced time picker. If you want, if you go to advanced time picker, as it is shown, advanced time picker, there is a abbreviation like H for hours, S for second, M for minute, D for days, weeks, months, and year. Y for year. MON, mon is for month. Week, you need to use W. So what it means? So whenever you have put it will search for a specific like say if you have put 30 minute and 30 minute, and you have at R. So if your event has come, if you have ran the search for like say 10:35 am, if you run that command and you're looking for past 30 minutes of time, so the data will be fetched for 10, not 10 10 past 5. It will not search for 10 past 5 because you have rounded off for hours. So it will check for a particular hour, a specific value, specific hour. So it will search for 10 a.m. instead of 10 5. Okay, so this is a kind of abbreviation we use it. Also, when we talk about a time range, so there are in search itself you can use earliest time. If you say it R, so this will search for past hour, past 1 hour. It will search for the data past 1 hour. Now, if you want to put, there are some other things are there, like say, if you want to put, and the latest will be at the rate T. So I think there is no data for past 2 days. There is no data because I have installed the instance right now, but it will search for last, look back from 2 days ago up to the beginning of today. It will look back for 2 days ago, and the latest event will be the beginning of the day. So similarly, you can use a time range, a specific time range, if you want to know. Like I will put a certain date where I want to search the data. So need to give a time 12:30. So it will search for that particular time. Okay. So similarly, you can use the earliest time, and from that time till now. That's why it is showing the data. Okay. So this is, you can use a time range in the search itself. Now, when you see the data over here, so you can see some bars over here, and inside you can see uh, how the time range is for this bars. Like for every 1 minute, currently it is showing every 1 minute per column. So this is showing a data for every 1 minute. Now this bar chart, if you select any of it, now if you hover it, it will show you the event for that particular time, but there is no change in the result of the event, or there is no change in the search. You can see there is no change in the search or no change in the, if you click, once you click over here, you can see the 313 events at that particular time, and now you can see the result also 313. So it will change the result, but still it won't change the search. So these kind of question will come in exam. So if you want to select, deselect, you can deselect, and it will go back to that particular events and that main search. Now again, there are certain other options are there. Zoom out. If you want to zoom out, you can zoom out. Like for that particular time, you can zoom out again. You can see the difference. It will show now. Earlier it was showing for past for the column for every 1 minute. Now it is showing for every hour. So in this particular hour, these many events are there. Now if you go, I don't think so. Yeah, it's zooming again and again. This will zoom for per day. I'll click zoom to select. Now it will go back to per hour. Again, I will select. It will go to per minute. Now again select. It will go to per second. Okay. So this is how it will work. Also, there is you can select a time format, how you want to run the format, like hidden, compact, line, log, scale. If you want to select log scale, it will show it like this: full or compact, full and compact. Currently it is compact. Or you want to hide, you can hide it if you do not want to see it. This is called timeline and its settings. There is one more thing you need to keep in mind. When you do zoom in, zoom out, so at that time the search will rerun. Zoom in, zoom out, if you can see, the search will rerun. So if you just select it, the search won't run, just the events get filtered. So this type of question can come in the exam. So pay more attention on that. Now here, if you can see, there is a job inspector. If you want to, like, if anyone want to troubleshoot their search or or identify the performance of their search, so they can do it through a job inspector. So there is we have a job inspector, so where you can click over here and you can see how your search is performing. Okay, so this job inspector, if you want to like, currently the setting is to keep that particular job is for 10 minutes by default setting. If you want go and edit, you can edit it. If you want to keep it private, public, permission to app or something, everyone, if you click on everyone can see it. If you want to keep a time, if see, the job will stay in the Splunk for 10 minutes by default, and if you want to change it, you can change it. If you want to share this particular inspection to anyone, you can share it. You can copy and share it to anyone you want, so that, like, you can save a time of running this search again and again. Just you can send the result to them. So this is how you can, this will help you, the job inspector will help you in investigation. Also, you can perform some other operation, pause, stop, share this particular search. You can print and download. You can print to PDF. If you want to print this to PDF, you can do it. And if you want to download to CSV, you can do CSV or any other format, raw format, XML, JSON, you can do it. You can export to it. Like here, I can export to test. So it will get exported and it will get saved in your local environment. Also keep in mind how many types of format you can download for a particular app. So these kind of question can come in exam. So keep in mind. Now, if you have already ran the search and if you want to go to that to inspect the job, so you can go from activity, you can go to job, and you can search for a specific job when you have. Yeah, so here you can see the job, this job you have run. Okay, so if you want to delete or do any operation on this job, so generally what happens is this job is taking, if job is taking long, so it will go to some other state apart from done, or from here itself you can go to some other activity. Like if you want to edit, you want to extend or inspect or delete the job, you can do that. Inspect or delete when this job is got stuck, or when job is get stuck, it won't allow other jobs to complete. So so you need to delete the job forcefully to run the other searches. So this is how it will help you. There is one more thing, the search histories. So you can see the search histories over here. Whatever searches you have run So go to Splunk search, and from here you can go down and select for the search history. So by default it's you can see 20 searches per page, so you want to select as per your need. Also time picker, you want to see 2 days or any other days, you can see it. Okay, so let's recap the session. So I've shown you how can you search a particular search term. So first of all, you need to give the index name. So any index name you can provide and search for the a particular search term in your index. Now it will this is called a search assistance, uh, and like see, if once you search for it, it will give you a certain match assistance where you can select, either you can select or you can write your own searches. So here it will show some other details, how to navigate to that, how to select that. You want to go to preferences, go to SPL editor, and if you want to select any, compact none. If you select none, it won't show anything. Okay, so this is about search assistant. Uh, Next one is if you want to like about the parentheses. There are like if you have selected search assistant, it will assist you about the parentheses as well, whether it match the parentheses or no. If you can see there is no match parenthesis, it won't highlight. Now it will highlight the adjacent parentheses. We have seen the other things as well. When you search, it will give you the immediate result, and the term which we have search, it will get highlighted over here. Okay, and the events will be in reverse chronological order. The latest event will be on the top, and the oldest event will be on the at the last. So there are multiple things. By default, things comes with the event, and we can say Splunk extract those things. First is timestamp, host, source type, and index. Okay, so how the search results get means what all the other things are there when you run the search. Here is the events. You can see the events, time picker, and the fields, the interesting field or selected fields, you can see it over here. Timestamp is this is the timestamp. Page inactor, this is called a page inactor, where you can go to the page. This is called the event. This whole bunch is called event pan, and this is the particular events you can show here. And when in the bottom of the event, you can see the selected fields. You can add or delete the selected fields over here. See, you can, okay, now you can include or exclude any from the search. You can include, exclude any of the searches, like you can add, exclude, or you can run a new search. So this is how you can use it. How you want to display your event. So you can edit that as well, raw event or table. Okay, about the time picker, we have discussed about the time picker. Like this is a present time picker, and these are the advanced one. We have checked about abbreviation of this. We can use S for second, M for minute, H for hour, D for day, W for week, MON for month, and Y for years. So this is a snap to time until you specify. So I have already explained it, so you can go through, you can rewind that video. So we have checked about how can you use time range in your search itself. So you need to use earliest is equal to some value, r or something, so it will give you last hour data, and so on. You can use, and you can use the latest one as well. Latest. So latest whatever now, by default it is now, but I am giving for example. So you can do manipulation as your own. Now we have talked about that format timeline. This is called a timeline, where for here it will show for how the data is displayed over here. Currently you can see 1 minute per column. Now you get hover over here. It will show until you have not selected, it will show the events without filtering or changing events. So once you select it, it just change the event. It just filter the event, not rerun the search. So you can deselect it from here. When you zoom in and zoom out, at that time it will filter the events as well as it will rerun the search. Okay, this is the main thing you need to understand. So you can do pause, stop, or search with your events, and you can print. Also, you can export the data. Okay, there are multiple. You can see there are multiple modes are there of search: fast, smart, and verbose. Modes are there. Okay, and the job inspector means from job settings you can do whatever you want to do. You can make it private, public, if you lifetime, how much time the job should be there once it is completed. So you can edit that as well. Apart from that, yeah, we have covered all the things with respect to this. Apart from that, if you have ran this search in past and you want to inspect the job or do anything with the job, so you can go here and do those things. Like here you can see, if you want to go to history of your searches, you can go in search and reporting app. Then from there you can go to search history. Here you can see all the histories. So that's it about this topic. So as I earlier mentioned that from this topic the 25% of questions will come. So please pay more attention and revise this topic again and again. So thanks for watching, and bye bye till the next video. Thank you. Hi friends. So today's topic is fields in Splunk. So we will see what is fields, and what is the importance of fields in Splunk. So before that, I just want to give you a brief about event. Whenever the Splunk gets the data into index, so the data comes in the form of events. So until you have not specified, by default it's an event. We can ingest data in the form of metrics as well. So by default it comes as a event. Each and every data comes as an event. So what are fields? So generally a field is a key value pair in a Splunk, where it has a key and a value. Like for example, we have index, and index is a key and its value is internal underscore index. Now you hit enter. So against that, it has some values, or it can in some scenario, it is possible that event does not have a value for that particular field. So this is a field. So why field is very important? Because whenever you search with the field, it will give a certain value to you. Otherwise, it will search over all the data. So this is the significance of field. Now, field can be anything. As I mentioned that index equal to internal, so it has given an event with respect to index equal to internal. Now, if I want to include more than one fields, so I can do like space, or I will give source is equal to this version, this particular path. So it will give you the event with respect to both of the events. So if you have not mentioned anything in between, it means it is end operation. So it is end between them. So like if I install, I run that command, it will give a similar result. So by default, it's end if you have not specified. So if you put or, the difference will be, the result will be something different. So by default, it is end. So if you have like say if I want, if you see the event with not, so it will not include the event for this particular value, and it will give the value for only for this event. Okay. Now we'll talk about field discovery. So Splunk automatically discovers few of the fields based on source type and the key value pair found in the data. So as and when the data comes in, Splunk does its own analysis and its own mapping of data. So it will provide its own field, by default field, we can say. So like there are a few fields are there, meta fields, that I have already explained in my previous video, that there are few meta fields. One is host, source type, and index. So those are meta fields. Also these are the meta fields, and also it has internal fields such as underscore raw or underscore time. So we can see that with this, it should have host equals, okay, we will do like table host source type underscore time and underscore raw. So it should give value for each and every. So these 1, 2, 3 and 1, 2, 3 and also index. It will come by default, this one. So I will give index as well. Index. So host, source type, index. So these are the meta fields, and underscore time and underscore raw, it's internal field. So these fields come by default with an event. If nothing is there, this field will be there by default. So it is also possible that many of the field does not have the value for that particular index. So it can be possible, or it has more than one values. So how to identify a specific field in the event? So sometimes, if you can see here, the throughput equal to the group is equal to throughput. So it defines a clearly key value pair in the event itself. Sometimes it sometimes get embedded in with respect to source type. So here you can see user admin. So in source type it is defined that user is equal to admin. So wise you can bifurcate the field value. Now about the site field bar, you can see here this is the site field bar where it has selected fields and interesting fields. Selected fields where automatically there will be a 3 fields get selected: host, source and source type, and rest will be interesting fields. And if you click on all fields, the all field will come in here. So these are the all fields, and here you can see the interesting fields. Okay, now there are few terms. You can see the alphabet and hash in front of all the fields, alphabet hash. So A means it's alphanumerical and hash is it's a number. So if you can see, this value will be alphanumerical values, and if you click on the field which has hash, so it will be a number. So this difference can become in the exam. Also, if you can see, this field has 71 values, this field has 1 value, and similar so on. So this shows the occurrence of the distinct occurrence of this field value in this field. So again, as I mentioned, if you click on all the field, it will show you all the fields in that index, whether it has come or no, whether it has a single value or multiple values. See, the field can have multiple values as. Regarding the selected fields, when you select a field, the fields will come in the bottom of the event. So if you select any of the field, let's say I have selected it, so now you can see here, like in this event, the component value is not there. The component field has no value. So here, if you can see the component metrics, component LMS stack manager, so it will show over here. If you unselect it, it will again go off from here. You will not be able to see it. When you select on all fields, so by default it come 1%, so 1% of all the events. Now you can show as much coverage you want to, 50% of events, 20% of all the fields, or any field you want to search, you can search it over here, AVG, or once you click over here, it will go to selected field, like this you can see. Now when we talk about field window, when you click it, this is called a field window, where on the top it has a field name, the component, and how many distinct values there, 71 of distinct value, and how many percentage of events are there. So it shows 87.911% of events. Okay, if you want to select, you can select it. Now report wise, it will show some statistics values, top value by time, rare value, and so on. These are static results. So if you click over here, I will click and it will show. No, I need to click it directly here. So it will show top values. If I go back again, top value by time. So like you can see top value by time. Now if you want to see rare values, So if you can see the rare values as well. Below you can see these many rare values are there and its percentage. You can see one option, event with field. So when you click over here, like it will show, it will include this field in the search with is equal to star. So if you click on that, it will show where it has the value for this field. So if you click over here, it will go ahead and put component field is equal to star. So it will show all the events related which has a component field. Okay, so if I remove it, like you can see it here, 10,189 events are there. If I remove, definitely it will increase. See, we can increase. So there are few events are there which does not have component value. Now, if you want to include a particular value, like if you want to see here, top 10 value will be shown here. Uh, like if you want to see the event with respect to matrix, the component is equal to matrix. So if you directly you can click it over here and it will load the event with respect to matrix. Component is equal to matrix. So this is how you can directly select it from here. If you do not know the name of that particular field, value of that field, so you can directly select it here. You can see the fields here, and if I want to select like group, from group I want to select, I want to see the events where the group is equal to throughput. So it will automatically include this in the event and you can see it over here. So this is how the selection will work from the uh, field window. So how can you use field value or field in efficiently in your search? So when I directly search like this without any field throughput, so it will search an entire index. Okay, it will search an when I specify a specific field is equal to this, it will narrow down, it will look only into this field. It will show me the event related to this field only. Now before that, it will show an entire, it will see an entire field and will show you throughput. Like wherever it finds the throughput, I can see the throughput in name as well, maybe throughput over here as well. But if I want to see only in this field, it will give me the exact value or exact event where the group name is equal to throughput. Now there are few consideration about field, that field name is case sensitive. Now if I, instead of group, I put this, it will not give any result, that it, because it does not find the group with capital G in the event. So this thing you need to consider. Okay, so and second one is the group, the field value is case insensitive. So if I give throughput, it will give me some result. If I put like this, it will give me some result. So just remember that field name is case sensitive and field value is case insensitive. You also can use wildcard with the field name. So I can put group is equal to star, so it will give all the value with respect to this. So if I do deduct of group and table group. So it will give all the values of with respect to group. So as I mentioned, the star over here, it will include, and then I have uh, remove the duplicate values, and this is how it works. So you can use wildcard at any point, but it is good that you should not use a wildcard at the beginning. You should always use at the end, like this throughput. If it is not used, like say I'm using somewhere here. So if it has a multiple value in between, it will give you a wrong result. Or if you include it over here at the beginning, also it will give you the wrong result. So make sure that you should use a wildcard at the end of the string. So initial values uh, you need to make it fixed. You can use relational operators as well. Like I have taken an example of average kbps is greater than 3. So it will give you the result where the average is greater than 3. So you can make it less than, so it will give you result of that. Also you can use a not operator, where if you want to display, you do not want throughput, so it won't include throughput in it. So if you go over here, earlier it was 31, now it's 30. You can see, you cannot see a throughput over here. Okay. So let's see the difference between not with this and not not. Okay. So when you type group not is equal to throughput, so it will give you the result which does not have the group value is equal to throughput. Now if you write not, so what it will give, it will return where the group field exists and the value in the field does not equal to throughput. Okay, this exists but the value of field does not equal to throughput, and all event where throughput field does not exist, throughput itself not exist. So we can see it is giving similar result. So you can see here the throughput won't be there, and you can see few of the events. If I can search it over here, the throughput, the event where the throughput itself is not there. When you select it, it will come under here. So you won't be able to see any of the selected field over here. So that this field itself is not exist in the event. This field itself is not exist. For that event count, either or the event come which does not have the value as a throughput. So let's compare the result in both of the scenario. It is giving 1300 13,425. Okay, now if I put not, it is giving 17,532. So when you are using not equal to, so the result of it is a subset of when you are using NOT. Okay, so it is the, so this one is the subset of when you are using this. Okay, so we are going to check in what scenario, in what condition both the scenario giving the same results. So is it possible or not? Yes, it is possible that when there is some field which is mandatory, which is coming always in the event. So in that condition, it will give you the similar result. So like here, this event always will come uh, in the event. So like if you give this host name is not equal to Splunk, so it is giving no result, though results are there. Now if I give not here, it again will not give a similar result. So in this it will give no result. So this is a similar result. Okay, so in this condition where the fields are we are expecting some value for that particular field, so in that condition the event will be similar. So let's go to the modes of search. So there are three types of mode. One is fast, smart, and verbose. Fast mode is always emphasize uh, emphasize on speed over the completeness. So smart mode, this is a by default mode. This will balance between fast and a verbose mode. So and the verbose mode, it always completes the search and doesn't bother about the performance. So it always emphasize on completeness over the speed. That's all about it. Let's recap what we have learned today. So let's recap. What we have learned is everything in Splunk comes as an event until you have not specified as a matrix. Okay, so there are concept called key value pair in Splunk. So we call it as means the name of that or you can say a key is nothing but a field name, and the value is its value. So always the fields comes in the form of key value pair. So it plays an important role in Splunk, where you can search a particular event with respect to a particular value of a field. So if you have not mentioned anything between two fields like this, so always it will be a AND operation. Okay, so also there are few fields which are automatically discovered, that is called a metadata. So meta fields, you can say. So those are host, source type, and index. And there are few fields are there which is called internal fields, and that is underscore time and underscore raw. So those are by default values discovered by Splunk. So there are few events are there where the field's value is not there. So it can be possible the field doesn't have any values, or it can have multiple values. Okay, so how we can identify values. So in certain scenarios, like here you have you can see it here, it's a status, but it is we cannot identify for which field it is assigned to. So it is done on source type automatically discovered. So like say user has admin, so also if it has a key value pair defined itself in the log. So I am searching for that particular value, where you can have, see here you can see features is equal to search skipped. So these kind of uh, values can be there in the event. Okay, so we talked about this side field sidebar. So field sidebar has selected field and interesting field, where selected field will show under the event when you can select or unselect a field from the field window. Okay, also you can select all fields, where by default it's coverage 1% or more. You can select it anything you want, or you can search any field over here, whatever you want. Okay, so these are interesting and selected fields. Also we have talked about the count. What signifies this? So these are the unique value against this field. The A means it has alphanumerical values, and hash means it has a number. Also we have talked about uh, selected field window. So selected field window. So field window has multiple things like field value name, its value, percentage. It has some statics values as well. Also, if you want to include it in the event while searching, you can directly click and it will say as if you click it, component is equal to star will come in the search. Now here it will show top values. If you want to include any of the value in the search, you just directly need to click over here and value will go into the search. Okay. So selected field, we have already talked about selected fields, that selected field will come under the event. If I will select this field, it will go under the event. Like you can see component here, there is no value of component. So whether I have selected or no, here you can say component values here. So this is how it works. So we already included means how to search the value. You just directly cannot search it like this. So it will search in all the index. Instead, you can search for host is equal to. So it will the field is equal to the value of that field. So it will search in that specific field. Okay. Also, we need to consider that field name is case sensitive. So if I give host, it will not give any value, and the field value is case insensitive. Field name is case sensitive and field value is case insensitive. Okay. Also, we can use a wildcard. If I can use a wildcard in it, so it's best practice to use the wildcard at the end, not the beginning. Okay, you can use relational operator like equal to, not equal to. It will not apply with this. It will apply always with the number. So better to use with number. equal to, not equal to, greater than, less than, or not equal to Splunk. It will not show any value actually. Okay, so the difference between not equal to this, not equal to, or not. So the difference between this is when you say not equal to, so it will show the host value which does not have the event for which the host value does not match to Splunk. Okay, when you click not, when you say not, it will give you the field where the status field exists, but with sorry, with the value which does not have Splunk, and all the event where the host field itself is not there. About mode, there are fast, smart, and verbose mode are there. So fast, it will always prefer the speed over the completion. Smart mode is combination of fast and verbose mode. Verbose mode always prefer the completeness over the speed. So this is all about uh, this video. Thanks for watching my video till end. So this video is about search best practices. So how can we improve our searches? To consider few points in mind. So first point is the time. So time is very efficient or crucial filter in searches. So it is recommended that you should specify lesser time for your search when you are running. You should not specify a larger time. It will take more time to execute, and it will take more resources. IO operation will be more. So take a lesser time. Like if you type for all time and you are searching for some index, so it will search for that all time in your index. So it is not recommended for any of the search to run for all time. Okay, so in ad hoc search, it is you can run, but in scheduled search you should not run, because the searches can get skipped. So in my this example, I do not have much data, so it finished earlier. It's finished very quickly. So in like in actual production environment, you should not run it for all time. Generally, the admin will disable this for all time, and they keep it for lesser time. That will not impact the system performance. Now this is all about time. So keep in mind that you whenever you are performing any searches on the search head, so keep a lesser time, so and gradually you can increase it. If you want to go beyond your time, so you there is means beyond time, as in you want to search it for more than 30 days or more than 60 days, so you can play around with these options. So you can create a bunch of like 1 month, every 1 month, or every 7 days, and you can shift the window accordingly. Okay, so also there is one more thing. You should specify one or more index, like, sorry, so it is giving me the value from both the index. Okay, so you can mention one index or more than one index at the beginning of the search, and it you need to keep in mind that the index the index field always you need to give it at the beginning of uh, the search. It is recommended that you should give mm, the field index field at the starting of the search. Okay. So the next thing is include as many search terms as possible. Search term as in if you want to search like for in this term, whole term, info and LMS uh, task manager. So if you give simply this one, let's see what happens. Simply this, it will include this and whatever other parameters are there. So it will give the input for everything. If you specify one more term, so it will give this and also this and this. Okay, both of them. So it is like you are creating your escape to the point. The search you are creating to the point that it searches for only for your data, not the other data. Okay, so this one thing you can keep in mind. As many search term you can put, like you can put a specific search term this as well, so it will reduce the amount which is fetching from the index. Okay, so you can include that. Also, this search term you like you need to make this specific to your requirement, that you what you want to exactly so one thing you need to consider that in as in Splunk, the inclusion is better than the exclusion. So inclusion, as in if you want to search for uh, so for example, if you want to search not successful, you want to search it, or successful login, not successful login. Currently there won't be mm, any incident in any event in that, but if you search it indirectly, this is a failed login. So when you search it, it will search in entire index, or it will search for everything. Okay, so if you search it currently, there won't be anything. Okay, not, instead of that, remove not and search for failed. Okay, so this will help. So failed login or failed anything you can consider. So instead of exclusion, use inclusion. Okay. The next thing is filter as early as possible. So if you filter as early as possible and then apply some statistics on that, then bunch of event will be lesser. Like say, I will like say 6,494 events are there. I will put some count stats count. Okay, so this statistics will be applied on this or by. So earlier you have seen a number was huge. Now I will put get and filter, and you can see the number has reduced. So this is how you can filter the events and then apply the statistics to whatever you want. Like suppose you want some condition through where and where ABC is greater than some value. So now here you got a subset of your entire event, and then you have applied the statistics. So so this will be a best practice that you filter it first. If you apply, like suppose you have already done statistics, now you have applied the entire applied the statistics on entire events, and then you have putting you are putting the conditions. So this is inefficient, you can say. So obviously this will run, but it will take much time than the earlier condition that you have filter the event earlier as possible. Okay. The next thing is avoid using a wildcard at the beginning or the middle of the search term. Like if you want to search for fail, so it can include fail or something. Now if you include this, so it will search for entire index. It will fetches the data in entire index and then apply this this filter. Okay, in this condition the result will be huge and it will impact the system. Now what happens when you put it in between? That means that if like suppose instead of fail, some application some spelling will be there, like FAIEEEL, so that that event also will get uh, fetched from the index, or some other spellings or something else, it will get it over there. So the best way is apply the wildcard at the end of the search term. So this will give a perfect result for your search. So here what it does is it fetches only the specific data and apply the wildcard on that. So the next thing is, instead of using wildcard for a specific field, if you know the value of field, then put or instead of wildcard. Like say here, if you put, okay, so this will give some value, but like I have used star underscore star, but if you know the index name, this is the index name, and or if you have section as well. So this will be more efficient than giving the underscore star. Okay. This will give a valuable the correct information. Okay. Rather we can say the efficient information to your search. Now working with the index, like here in internal index, what you can do is provide an index name, and then if you want to search for fail, you can search it for fail or something else. Successful, if there's some incident is there, it will come. Yeah, successful, register or something. So this is how you can search on, and you can search it for source type. So it's better you specify as many field you know about. Like if you know the source type, also you specify the source type. and then use successful. In similar fashion, you can include as many number of fields that you want. Now again, I have earlier mentioned, with index you can provide more than one index with or, like this, and you can search for the data and whatever field, next field. This is I am taken it from the field. If you know the field names, and directly you can put it over there after the bracket. Okay, so the first preference will be inside the bracket, and then it will execute this one. So it will filter for this. Okay. Also, you can use wildcard with the index, but generally it is not recommended to use a wildcard with the index. It is not recommended to use a wildcard with the index. Instead, at least a single value should be there. Like this is also valid, failed. This will give you value, but instead of that, you specify one or more indexes. It is recommended. You need at least there should be a one or more index should be there. But it is better you mention one index, not the star or not the wildcard with any of the field. If you know the field name, then specify the field name, or at least you use initial of that field name and then put the wildcard. Okay, that will be the best way to find the indexes. Okay, this is the best way to make your search more efficient. Okay. Now, how can you find index? How many index are there in your environment? So, if you know initial or anything about index, so just tell you so that it will come. So once you do this, once you run this command, there will be index field here. So these many indexes are there which starts with underscore. Any of them, if you want to use audit internal index, any of the index, if you want to use in your search, you can directly use it. But at least you should know initial or any word about your index, so you can put it there, give a wildcard and use it. Let's summarize the what we have learned till now. So time is the most efficient filter. Okay. Specify one or more index values at the beginning of your search string. So you need to specify at the beginning of you need to specify index name. Include as many search term as possible. So this is the next one. Next is make your search term as specific as possible. Okay. Inclusion is generally better than exclusion. The next one is filter as early as possible. So as I explained, you filter first and then apply any of the statistics. Avoid using wildcard at the beginning or middle of a search. So if you use it at the start or beginning of any search term, so it will process all the data. First it will process and give you the result. If you provide in middle in between of a string, so it can give a wrong value. If you use at the start at the end of the search term, so it will give you a better result. When possible, use or instead of wildcard. Okay. So working with indexes, you can work with any index, you just provide index equal to index name and then search term, so that will be a very efficient. You can use more than one indexes through or, and then provide your next field in brackets. The precedence will be higher, so first execute that, and next it will execute the next search. Then how can you find an index from the data? Like you can use a wildcard. You need to know at least uh, uh, alphabet from your index. So I'll put a star and underscore star, and this is how you can get the index name from the index field. Okay, this the index field always be there in the interesting field. If you want, you can want to make it selected field as well. It will go up in the selected field. So that's it about the video, and thanks for watching the video. Have a great day. Thank you. Welcome to my channel. So this video is about Splunk's search language. So we'll start with search language syntax. So how the search language syntax works. So this is full search. I have written in the search bar. So this first part will be your search, any search, the index what you want to give, where the data is, and the data source, the category of that data, or any other string if you want to put. So you can give it as a basic search, base search. So and after that you put a pipe. So the output of this search will act as an input of the search which is after the pipe. So this is called as a pipe operator. In any other language also, like in shell scripting also, we use pipe. So similar fashion, pipe works here. It act as a filtering, or the output of this search will act as an input for this. So simply you can consider that. So after that, if you see this stats, this is called as command. So in Splunk there are multiple commands are there. So this is a statistics command. This is not the only one command. There are multiple commands. So this part is called as command, and the next one is this is called a function. So with stats there are many functions like min, max, average, count, sum. So I'm using here max. Okay. So and the next one is the argument of that function. So whatever argument, one function can have multiple arguments or single argument. So here it is a single argument. So I have given, this is argument is nothing but it should be a field from your event. Okay. So this will be the field from your event. Then next one is, this is called as uh, like generally if you run this command without this, it will create a field itself as max. You can see it here, max bracket and then this field. So you need to rename this field. You can rename this field called is max average. So if I run this command now, after this it will show you the rename. It remove the max and it is showing the new field over there. So it will be the new name of that field. So this part here, as is it is called as a clause. So it can be a by something or as. So this is called as a clause. So the next one is, again, here you can see a pipe over here. So output of this whole search will act as an input for the upcoming search. So again, this is called as function, and this is the new variable we are creating through eval. You can see it assignment, the output of this will assign it into this variable. Okay. Now next one is this is Splunk pre-built function like max to convert a string to convert a numerical value into string, so that you can add one more string to this, because you cannot not add a numerical value with the string. So like you can see, if I run this command, it will show uh, this much bytes. Okay, this is showing as this much bytes. Now in this function, this is function, there are multiple arguments are here you saw that there is single argument, here multiple argument, where there are two string, there are multiple assignments are there, commas or duration and hexa. So this is about it. So you can go to Splunk docs and check what are commands are or commands or functions are there. So this is basics about syntax of Splunk search. So you can make your complex searches as well, whatever you want. For the beginners, it's like good point. You can go one by one and create your own searches. Also, I have covered in previous video the basics about fields, search best practice. So I am requesting you guys, before starting this complex query, just go through that and have a basics understanding of Splunk terminologies, what is Splunk, about Splunk fields, and best practice of searches. So let's move to the next topic in this video. So there are few basic components of search syntax. First one is search term, second commands, functions, arguments, and clauses. Okay, these are main syntax components are there. Search term actually what are you looking for, means exact keyword, phrases, or booleans, or etc, or number, or anything, whatever you know about your data, just type it after. It's best practice to give index and source type, or as many as fields and value you give. That will be helpful for your with respect to the performance. So go and check about from the admin if you have ingested the data through admin in your production environment, or you are doing POCs. So first of all, check your index and whatever field you know about it, source type, source, host. So that will help you to reduce the performance. Now as I mentioned, the search term can be a keywords, phrases, boolean, or many other things, number or anything. You can put it over here before this. The next one is commands. So commands is what do you want to do with the result. So once you have this search and like say I have searched it and you got some result. So you got some result after running this search. So here are several things are there. You can see fields and events. So what exactly you want to do with this data? So command will help you understand the trend or behavior or exactly the statistics of it. So command will help you to create a chart, compute statistics, and evaluate and format your data. So like see here, this is this is not much understandable data. So like say I want to take an average any field and get a max of it. So like this I'll get the max of it. Okay, so this is a bit meaningful like in terms of data. Now after that, the function, how do you want to chart, compute, or evaluate the result? Now after this you can use after stats like max, whether you want to do max, min, minimum, or sum, or get an average. Transform the values, like here we have transformed the values. Say I want some string attached to it. What it is exactly, it is byte, megabyte, or something else. So I have written this code to include a byte after this these values. Okay, so this means this kind of things you need to first make your mind what exactly you want to achieve from your data, what exactly the output should be, so you can do that. Now next will be the arguments, the function of the argument. This is one of the component of search syntax. So this is called as an argument. Function can have one or multiple arguments. So this can be a calculate average value for a specific field, convert a millisecond to second. So here like I can put over here as it's a byte in byte. You can apply a formula to convert it into megabyte, gigabyte, or anything else. So this will help you uh, uh, to make a meaningful information out of your data. So next component will be clause. The clause, how do you want to configure or rename the fields in the results? So here how you so if you want to give a name, another name of your field, so you can use as over here, or rename also you can that we will cover in our next video. Or if you want to group by, so you can put it over here by as well. So this will come under clauses. So this is all about the components of Splunk search syntax. Now let's talk about search pipeline. So as we know, the data is stored on the disk, on the particular index. So this is an index where the data is stored, and data is stored in the flat files. So you need to keep in mind the data is not in any of the database, like say DBMS, like Oracle or SQL. So it can be one of the interview question that they can ask it what data base Splunk uses. So Splunk uses flat file to store the data. Okay, just keep in mind for the interview purpose. So let's come back to our main topic, like search pipeline. So this data, this index reside on the indexer, and this actual data is on the disk. So now when you run this command, so after running this command, the data from here, the one intermediate interface will come in between. After this will get fetched into the search head. If you go to component of it. Whenever the user run the search, it fetches the data from the indexer. It pulls the data from the indexer where the data is stored. So this is one of the intermediate repository where the data comes in from the entire index. We have chosen from this index, get the data for this particular source type, and now create a intermediate table for that. Now this top command will create an intermediate uh, table. First, we get the intermediate events, filtered the event from the data and pulled it out from on the search head. Now from there, we have created an intermediate table where it gives us the top 10 sources. So top, it can be any field, whichever you want. So any field here, only 5 fields are there. In 5 sources are there in my index because I have recently installed this instance. There won't be much data over here, so you can see it over here. Only 5 top 10 and means through top there are only 10 by default 10 records will be fetched, so it will store this. So this is called a intermediate table. Now first table is this, another intermediate table is this, and again if you want to filter further and get the exact result, so I will give feed percent. So now this is the exact field, exact table or exact data which you want to come in front of user. So from the biggest superset, we have divided into subset and again filter down to your interesting fields or interesting data. So this is I tried to explain about the search pipeline. So if you have written any complex query, so to make that complex query more readable, you can turn this pipe into each line, each next line, just by typing. Just you put shift and enter. So this will give you into this will go to next string and add next line, and it looks more readable. So there is automatic settings is there. So you have to go to your user. This is admin. So in your case it will be any username or something. So go to preference, go to SPL editor. From SPL editor there will be a search auto format. So you need to click over here, click OK. So whenever you write a pipe, it will go to next line. You can see it will go to next line. How many pipes you want to use, it will go to next line. If you want to add line, so you can add line over here. Go to this and select it. It will add lines as well. Line number, sorry. It will add a line number to your search. Let's go to these coloring options. What exactly the coloring means in this search. So coloring option means blue. It means these are the commands. So blue comes in commands. So also keep in mind this question can come in fundamental 1 exam. So also if anybody at the interview want to test whether you have worked on SPL or not, they can ask about this. So will the command come in blue, and the functions, you can see the color of functions is a purple. Okay, this will come as a purple, and if you have any argument coming with the uh, your command, like say there is one of the command called time chart. It has an argument like span is equal to 1r, so this comes as a green. And uh, please do not get confused with this argument to the argument which is going into the function. So this is command arguments and these are the functions argument, so please bear in mind. Okay, the next one is clause. Always the color of clause will be orange. You can see it here. If I put by as well, it will come by, so it will come as orange. Okay, these are by default colors comes in Splunk. Okay, the rest of them, it comes as a black. So the argument of function argument, index name, index value, key value pair, or any search term, any keyword, failed, internal. If you want to put this, so this will also, this will also this, if you given under the double quotes some field means some value equal to 0, so this won't consider as a field value pair as it is there on the double quote, so this will treat as string. So please bear in mind. Also, if you want to turn off your coloring option, so you can go to your user preferences, go to Splunk editor, and here if you go to in general, you can have a search assistance where it will show you after each command, it will show you how that particular command work or how can you use it. I'll show you after this this example. So in themes, you can go and change. Currently it's light theme, so by default setting is this. If you want to do black and white, so it will give everything it as a black and white, so no coloring option will be there. So this is by default a light theme, so keep in mind this is the by default, and if you want to put a dark one, you can put the dark, but the color by default colors will be same as it is. Okay, so if I click OK, it will convert into the dark theme. Now I was talking about the search assistance. So this is called assistance, where Splunk provide you some assistance on the field name field, where as and when you are typing over here, so you can use any of the, it will assist you how can you use it. And by default uh, the compact mode is enabled. You can keep it none or full. It will show more detail over here, like say, see, you can see it more details with, okay, with the examples. So let's talk about the table command. So table command, as we know from the name, it is as name suggested, it will provide you the events in the form of table. So table command return a table format by only field in the argument list. Okay, field in the argument list. So columns are displayed in the order given in the command. So whatever, as I mentioned here, the first column will be source, second is source type, host and time. So like say if I run it over here, it will give you first source, source type, host and time. Okay, so column has header. Header is nothing but the field. This field, the header has its own, like this is header, and these are the fields. So and each row, each row represent an event uh, in the table. So event in the index, you can say. Okay, this represent as event. Each row contains field value for that event. So field value for that event. So for this event, the source value will be this. For this particular source type is this. For this whole event, the host is this, and the time of this event is this. You can put as many as fields over here. Okay, whatever fields are there in your mind to create a table or create your output in tabular format, so you can do with that. So the next one is rename command. So through rename command, you can change a name of any of the field. Like if you do not have any meaningful name in your field, so you can change the name of that field. So like in this, we can see uh, the name. So this is what exactly the name is. So I am not convinced this name, that what exactly the name. So I can give the name to this field like application name or event name. So I can write simple rename name as app name and table app name underscore style. So maybe it takes some time to display. So when I run it again, it is giving the name of the fields, like you can say here. So instead of that, uh, instead of this, I can use this command. If like say these are the application, if you do not have a space in between, means in the name, so you can write without double quotes. Like if you want to put application name like this, so you cannot write like this, you need to put it in the double quotes, and same thing you need to use it over here while displaying. So you can see it over here. Okay, so keep in mind that if you are renaming a field with the name where the name consists space, so put it in double quotes. Okay, so one more important thing, whenever you change any field with the rename command, so you're changing the name of that field itself. So the original field will not be accessible after renaming this field, after using the rename command. So if I use the original name it won't show any value because there is no such field called name. Let's have a look in the event whether we see that name. No, there is no field called as name. No, we have our rename command and some other name. Okay, so please uh, keep in mind that once you rename this command, this question may asked in interview as well. So if you change any particular field, so the field name itself will get changed. You cannot access with its original name. Okay, so the next command is field. So whenever you uh, ingest data, so on the basis of key value pair, Splunk automatically assign a value to the fields or field names on the basis of a header if it has a CSV file, or it make on its own logic to make a key and its value. If you have created like field extraction kind of thing, so that is advanced kind of part, and the field extraction will take a lot of time or performance of indexer and search had both. So if it's index time extraction, so it will consume indexer resources. If it's search time, it's consume search time, search head resources. So there is a command called field, where through field you can, like after means you can subset your data, like you want to perform action on that particular field only. So you can uh, include or exclude the fields from your event once it comes to a search head. So it's not we are deleting anything from the index or removing anything or any value or such, just we are subsetting our data to uh, our interesting fields in interesting data. So like and also it will improve your search performance, that from we are not uh, performing any action on whole index. Instead we are filtering out on the basis of these fields and performing the action on uh, that selected field, filtered field. So we can have one of the example in front of you, like say if you run this command. So and one more, I'll run without field. So this I am running without field. Let's see how much time both of the search will take. So this I'm taking without field option. So without field option, it took 0.791 seconds. 0.791 seconds. Now with field, let's see how much time it takes. It took 0.381 second. So you can see the significant difference in the performance. So the event number of events are same, processed event are same, just we have filtered through uh, field command, that we are telling Splunk that I want to apply, I want to use, after this I want to use only this field to perform tabular operation. Okay, so there are multiple things in not multiple, we can say two things in uh, a field, like through plus operator. By default it's inclusion only, means you can include, or you can use plus, so it will apply to all of the fields. Or if you want to remove it, you want to use negative sign. So like in our one of the example, we have used field minus, like I can use it directly here, top desktop source and fields feeds minus percent. So here it will show you percent command. If I don't want percent, so I can use this command to remove percent field. So see, this field will get, so this will reduce the overhead of your search head. Also, yeah, this is improve your performance, search query performance, it will increase. So two topics are remaining for this video. One is I'm explaining one more command called dedupe, and next one is sort. So dedupe, as name suggested, that dedupe means removing the duplicate field from the data. If you want to you want a unique field in your data, so you can use a dedupe command. So for that, how can you use a dedupe command? So you just write dedupe, dedupe, as you want to pronounce. So I use dedupe. So I want to get a unique sources. So and type source, get the source type, host. So it will provide you a unique source type. So no, sorry, on the basis of uniqueness will be on the basis of source. So this will be unique, then this can be duplicate. Okay. You can see these are the duplicate. Now if you want to dedupe on the basis of more than one field, so you can do that as well. Source type. So you can consider this as a key value pair, and that these should be unique. Okay, you can see if I remove it, probably you can see the difference after removing it. It may include multiple things. See, matrix, it has multiple entries. Now if I want duplicate on the basis of these two fields, so you can do that as well. And this will be on alphanumerical order. So the next command will be, and next and last command will be sort command, that you can order your data in particular, means display your data in particular order. It can be descending or ascending order. By default it's ascending, and if you want to make it descending, so you need to use sort hyphen means minus to sort. Like you can see, I want to sort. If you write only sort and field name underscore time on the basis of time, I will do. So on the basis of time it will sort it out, and before that I should give dedupe or dedupe. So URCE source. Also I will include underscore time because we are sorting, so you can understand how it is working. Okay, this will be in the descending order, and if you want to make it in ascending order, so just what you need to do is just put a plus over here, so this will change. No, it is not changing. Okay. Sort underscore time. Okay, by default, see it is changing. So by default it is plus or without that, like this or this. Both are similar. If you want to put it in descending order, so you need to use minus command. So descending order, the biggest is first and then. Okay. Similarly, you can use source as well. If you want to use source, so this will be on the basis of alphanumerical, alphanumerical order. So if you want to put more than one, by space you can put more than one. So space and comma, so it will consider more than one. One more thing, if you putting plus or minus, so you need to put space in between if you want to apply the sort or order for both of the string, both of the fields. If you want to apply, if you put only this, so it will consider only for the first value, first field. It won't consider the second one. Okay, so it will sort on the basis of source, not the time. If you put a space, it will sort on the basis of time as well as source as well as time. So please keep in mind that if you put a space in between, the both will be included. If you don't put, only first field will be included in this sorting criteria. Okay. Also, you can limit the number of events you want to display over here. So with sort, I'm using 5 or limit 5. Limit equal to 3. Okay, see. No. Yeah, it is showing only limit equal to 3. You can use it like this as well. 0. So you can use it the limit function over here. So there is a real life scenario, real life problem came in our system is how can you, means by default in some of the version, by default you can display 10,000 record over here, 10,000 or 1,000 record over here. To overcome that problem, just put with sort, just put 0, so it will include all the records whichever fetching uh, from the data. But though it is not a good practice to fetch all the data, so you need to filter as much as possible the data to make sure that your search is performing well, your research are utilizing well. Otherwise it will hamper your performance. Also your search reporting time, the search will not get ended if it is fetching all the data from your indexes. So just keep in mind. So that's all about the video. Let's recap what we have learned from this video. First, we have used a search language syntax where we have used a basic search, then pipe, we have used uh, command, then functions argument, and clauses. We have used clauses as well, and then the pipe. What is the use of pipe? The pipe will act, means the output, it will forward the output of a previous search to input as an input to the next search or next function or whatever search you are using, to that it will pass on. Also, uh, there are some argument of fields as well, commands as well. So stats max. So these are the average avg underscore max. So this is nothing but argument, is nothing but a value here. The field which is there in your uh, events. So there are one or more fields can be there in the from the function. So next will be search term components. There are few major components are there. First is search term. What are you looking for? Either keyword, phrases, or boolean data. The second one is commands. What do you want to do with the result which is coming from search terms? Then whether you want to create a chart, compute statistics, eval, or format. Now the third component is functions. How do you want to chart, compute, or evaluate the result coming from the previous data? Means yeah. So if you want to get a sum, get an average, transform the values, etc., or evaluate, or whatever you want to do with the data. And fourth one is argument. Are there variables you want to apply to these functions? So if you want to calculate anything, rename the fields, or change the format of that field, so that you can do the calculating average value for a specific field, convert megabyte to uh, gigabyte, or byte to terabyte. So these kind of calculation you can do. The fifth one is clauses. You can how do you want to group or rename the fields in results? So give a field name or a group value by or over. Okay. So these are the components. So we have talked about the search pipeline, where the data is reside on the indexes, and searches head fetches the data to keep it internal table, to be keep into the internal table, sorry, not internal, intermediate table. Now again we uh, uh, filter the data, and that result will keep it intermediate table, and then finally will show the data or in what format you want. So that this will give you a crisp or insight from your data through the search pipeline. So in the pipeline, if you want to make your search readable, so you can use shift enter to go to next line and use a pipe, or you can go to Splunk editor, SPL editor, and change the settings whatever you want from here. uh, so next we have talked about the uh, coloring of commands or functions. So functions are always in blue color. The no, sorry, the commands always in blue color, functions are in purple. So if you have any clauses, it will come in orange. Then apart from that, everything will be in black. Okay, just keep in mind. And also there was one more thing. If you uh, uh, putting a command, using a command function, so it will come in green. Command or argument. So there is difference between command argument and function argument. Okay, so please make sure you got the difference between them. Okay, so you can play around with the coloring options as well from SPL editor. So if you had to go to you have to go to themes and choose. By default it will come light theme. Now you can remove a theme or put a dark theme. So I am applying dark theme. Right, dark theme will not come by default. By default is light theme. Okay. So I have talked about creating table. You can use a table. You can create table in your from your events and play around with the table. So you can represent data in the tabular format. The column are display in the order given in the command in the commands. Like you can see the order of it. So this header fields header is always a field name, and this is event. One event represent the value of your field. So here you can see the value of a field. Next we talked about renaming field. You can rename field to whatever meaningful information you want, meaningful name. So if you do not have space in your renamed string, so you need not to use double quote. If you have space in between, please use double quote. So once you rename the command that once you rename the field will not be there. The original field will not be there in the event. So you need to use in going forward, you need to use your renamed field. So also we have talked about fields, where we means field parsing is very costly for the index and for the search searched as well. So field command allow you to include or exclude the specific fields in your search. To include, use if you want to include, use plus, or if you do not use plus, it will be a by default plus occur before the field side, before the field extraction, improve the performance. Okay. To exclude, you need to use a minus command occur after the field extraction. No performance benefit. Include field used in the search to make the table display easier to read. So there will be, if you do minus, there won't be a performance benefit. So next, we have given a live example that how if you are using a field if you are using a field command, how it is improving the performance. That search time will decrease. Okay, we have talked about a dedupe command, where if you want to remove the duplicate value from the data, you can use it. You can use a dedupe command on more than one fields. Okay, if you want to dedupe on more than one field, if you want to sort the data, you need to use sort command. You use sort command, order your result in descending or ascending order. If to use that, you need to use sort, SORT, plus for ascending, minus for descending. So one more thing you keep in mind, whenever you are using field command with the without space, it will consider the first, it will sort uh, only for a first field. If you using a minus or plus with the space, it will consider, it will qualify all the fields which are mentioned in the sort. It will qualify all the fields. It will sort on the basis of all the fields. So I think that's it about this video. So this video is about transforming commands in Splunk. So before that, let's have a look on type of Splunk commands. So there are in broad categories there are six types of commands are there in types of commands are there in Splunk. So uh, for now, just have a look on the names of it. Let's go one by one. Distributable streaming command. This is one of the commands. Centralized streaming command, transforming command. So in this video we will be talking about transforming commands, generating commands, orchestrating commands, datasets, and processing. So like as we are learning Splunk, so you may come across these names in future. So just keep in mind these are the types of commands. So let's start with the transforming command. So let's start with transforming command. What is transforming command in Splunk? So a transforming command orders the search result into a data table. So whenever you are searching, it will give you a result in the table, like row and column kind of table it will create. The second one is these commands transform the specific cell value for each event into numerical value that Splunk software can use for statistical purpose. So this is the second point where it uses the cell values for each event into a numerical values that Splunk software can use for the statistical purpose. Like if further after the transferring commands and any statistical functions you need to apply, so through that you can apply the statistical functions. So transforming commands are not a streaming command. So the streaming and non-streaming command I will talk about it in later videos. So just keep in mind the transforming command are not streaming. Okay. The transforming commands are required to transform search result that data into the data structure that are required for visualization such as column, bar, line, area, and pie chart. So there are n number of visualization are there. So in the through the transforming command, we can visualize in the form of these charts. Okay. So generally the transforming commands are in this video we are going to talk about top transforming command, rare, and statistics. So these are the basic commands which we are going to cover in this video. So let's have a look one by one through the with the practical. So let me log into my instance that I have. On that I have installed Splunk a few minutes back. So if you want to know how to install Splunk in cloud environment, so I have created a video on that. Just have a look on that. So guys, let us start with the top command. So how to get the top values? So the top command find the most common value of a given field in the result set. So let's have a practical look of top command. So whatever data is there. So my data is there in the index lab and the source type is CSV. And if I want to use top command, so I can use top and the field on which I want to apply the top command. So I'm using extracted underscore host. So if you can see, it is giving me the top values for the host. Like you can see the most topmost value means for this the events are 86. Okay, and then further on. So there are few things like a top command by default gives us the output in the table format. Okay, need to remember that it will give you in the table format, and it will give you the count of the event, whichever event are matching with respect to a top field, whichever top field you are giving. So it will give you the result of that. So by default the top command will give you the 10 results. Okay, this will give you the 10 results. Also by default it has a column count and percentage. Okay, percent, it has the column percent. And also there are some common constant are there, limit and count field and show per, count field and show per. There is one more way to use top command. So if you don't know the syntax of top command, so you can go to any of the field on which you need to apply the top command and then click over here, and in reports you can see top values. Okay, top values, and click on that. Once you click on that, by default it will give you a limit of 20 records. So you can see here it will be the 20 records over here. Okay, so the top command will be apply on this field, and it will give you 20 records. So through limit of argument you can control your number of events displayed in the table. So in place of 20 I can give 5, so it will display the 5 events, only 5 events from the table, from the event. So you can consider it as number hash number. So this is number, so limit equal to any number you can choose. So there can be a scenario where you want to show the unlimited values. So in that condition you need to use 0, limit 0. So by this you can get the unlimited data, unlimited events from the unlimited rows from the event. Okay, so this is how you can use the limit command. So there are some more things are there. If show per is not included or it is included and set as a, percentage column is displayed. Okay, so by default it is true. So if you want, if you do not want a percentage column, just what you can do is you just remove this column by applying these commands. So you can use show per equal to f, so it should not show you the percentage column. It is not showing anything. Extracted host. Okay, so you can see the percentage column has been removed. Also you can remove percentage field by using fields minus percent. So this will also remove the percentage. Like I will show you without field. So without field it will be count and percentage. Now if I include field, means field minus percent, so it will remove. See, it has removed percentage field. You can use by clause with uh, top command. So extracted source, there is one field. So extracted. So you can see by source there will be these many number of hosts are there. So this is how you can use with by clause, and there will be a difference if you use it vice versa. This by, okay. So see, for this this host, the source type will be this, and the number will be 1. So this is how you can use it through by clause. So the next transforming command is rare. So rare displays the least common value of field. So it's in terms of displaying, it's exact opposite to top command. Top displays the most common values and rare displays the least common value. And rare finds the least frequent tuple of values of all the fields in the field list. If the by clause is specified, this command command return rare tuple of values by each distinct tuple of value of the group by field. So similarly, we have seen in top command we have used by clause. So similarly, you can use by clause. So the main difference is instead of getting most common value, you will get the least common value. As it is mentioned that this command operates identical to top commands, except that the rare command find the least frequent instead of most frequent. So all the commands, all the options which we have seen in top, same options or functions we can use it in rare command. So you can do practice with your own data and use the same fields or same options which we have used in top command. So thanks for watching the video, and bye for now. Hi friends, this video is about transforming commands in Splunk, or rather we can say types of commands in Splunk. So I am going to cover one of the transforming command that is called stats. So in short, I can say the transforming command means the command which can convert your output into the tables. So in short, this is the definition of transforming command. So I am going to cover stats transforming command in it. So let's begin. So what exactly the stats command? So stat enables you to calculate statistics on data that matches your criteria. So what it does is whenever you if you want to do some statistics on your data after any certain data volume which you know about it. So like say if you have your data index is equal to audit or some internal index, source type, any source type can be there. First of all, let's check what all the source types are there. So let's say I will take one of the source type, Splunk T. So this is the source type. Now after this, if you know uh, on which field you want to apply the statistics, so you can apply on that. So this will be your search criteria. Upon that you can start with the statistics command. Now the common functions in statistics command is, first is count. So this is one of the function, count count. So what it does is it returns the number of events that matches the search criteria. So in this it will return uh, the count value. The second one is distinct count, or rather we say DC. So that returns a count of unique value on the given for a given field. Okay. So how to use it I will tell you in few minutes. The next function is sum. Return a sum of numerical value. Then again average, AVG. Return an average of numerical value. Similarly max, max, max. So it will return a max value from all values for the fields. Also min, min. So and also it has list. So it will list out list function. So it will list out all the values of a given field. Okay. Values is also one of the functions. So list out the unique values on a given field. So difference between list and value is, the list will give you all the values for a given field. However, the value lists the unique value of a given field. So let's go one by one to these functions. So first, let's say I am going to run stats count. I want to know how many events are there for this a particular search criteria. The search criteria can be anything. So I am going to run count stats. So let's see what value it gives. So like say the number of events are 2503, and the same count will be here. So also you can rename this command as this field as number of events. So you can see it over here. I have renamed the count field. Otherwise, by default, it will give you a count field name. So one more thing is there. If this is the function, so the function accepts the arguments as well. So now, if you want to this count comes for all the values. Now, if you want to count for a specific field, so you can apply that as well. So like say I will say source. How many sources are there? So these many sources are there in the, let's see, source field itself is there or no. Let's so you can see how many number of events are there where the source is present. So these many number of events are there. It is showing all because for all the source is there. Like say I will put one of the field where group is one of the field, I suppose. So see, for these many number of events, the group fields is there. So it will give you the total count of it. Now if you want to compare with the actual field, you can give it count, total count as total count. So it will give you the number of event which has group field and the total count. If you want to do some calculation over it without group or how many number of events are there, so you can do it with eval uh, remaining one. So you have to do total minus count, so it will give you remaining one. Okay, this is the additional one. You can leave for now. So next one, uh, you can group by these events as well. If you want to group by event, like say number of count by source. So it will give you for number of count for each source. So for this source, this many number of events are there. For this source, this many number of events. So sum of it will be equal to your exact events. Okay. So this is you can do group by. You can put as many as number of group. There is no limitations of grouping the events. So source type host, you can put like this. So see, for this combination, the events are these many. This combination of events are these many. There is no difference. That's why it's not showing any difference over here, because there is only single source type and then one host name is there. So it is showing similar value over there. Okay. You can use comma in between or without comma as well for this. So it will give you similar value. While using a stat command, please use a time range very carefully, because as I mentioned in earlier videos that the time is very crucial parameter for any searches. So lesser you give the time, it will produce a faster result. So next function is distinct count. You can use in two ways. One is distinct underscore count, and another one is DC. The short form of it is DC count. So I want the unique count for source. So source, so it should give only the unique count of it. There are five sources are there, so it will give you a count of that. The result should be 5. It's taking longer. You can see it over here. It is giving distinct count of source. So only 4 sources are there. So it is giving count of that field. Okay, field value. Similarly, you can use as over here. So you can put this count of source. So it is giving the field name as distinct count of source. Next one is sum. So you can use sum function with numerical value. So from here you can check which is alphanumerical and numerical value. The field which has hash before it, it's alphanumeric numerical value, and with the field which has a before it, it's alphanumerical value. So these functions you can apply on the numerical values. So average, putting it as average. So if you do this, it will sum up for all the events. Okay, average for all the events. So it is good practice that you should do it through any. You should apply a source type over here, and not source type, field, any field. So by group by sum of average kbps, average underscore kbps by source. I'm putting it by source. So by source it will sum up and give you the values. So for other source type there is no value, so it is blank. Okay. Underscore time, if you want to put underscore time, so it will provide you timely. Okay. So for this time there is no value. If you want to sort it out from here, it will give you the values as well. See, for this time this much sum is there. Okay. If you want, you can sort it through command as well. Sort hyphen on count. On count, or count field is not there, so it won't apply over there. So on time you can say on underscore time. So it will sort it by time. You can see. Okay. You can put sort it over. Similarly, you can put average. Instead of this, you can put average avg, average. Any statistics command you can put, a statistics function you can put it over here. So it will give you the average of this field. Now similarly, average, you can use min to get the minimum value for that field. Similarly, you can do the max, so get the maximum value of it, maximum value for that time period, as you have given sort command. So no, group by source. For this source, this particular time, the maximum value is this much. Okay. So next one is list command. So here you can provide a list of source. I will do source. So yes, let's see what it comes in without by command. So for all the event, it should list the, see, it is listing out all the source type. Now I will put by source type. So for each source type, see, for this source type, these many number of sources are there. It is listing over here. So only single source type is there. So it is giving for single. Like say, let's see any other values are there. So I will put components. Components is one of the value in components by source. See, for this source, these many components are there. So these are not the unique value. All the value will come in. So if you want to do save as, so list or any list of list of components. So list of components will give you. So list of components instead of this. So this will give you non-unique value. Okay. If you want to get the unique value, so instead of this, you need to put values. So this will give you unique value against each source. So by field, you can apply by field over here underscore time. So it will give you more granular level of inputs, more granular level of data it will provide. So similarly, you can use it in your use cases. How you can use values and list command or and uh, other statistics functions. So you can use it as per your use case. So this is very simple. Not much complex things are there. So as you know, stats command will give you table format. Like see if I'll run the sum of this field by source and time. So now you can edit this table or format this table in uh, multiple type. Like this is like say this is the sum of average. So if I am to give coloring options like say range. Uh, See, if from 0 to 30, if data is there, the color will be blue. Like you can see it over here. It's the color of it is blue. Now you can change it by your own. Like minimum 2 or 5, it will be this. Then 5 to 7, it will this much. 7 to 10, will be this, and 10 to 100, for example, I'm keeping it, and maximum is Z. So similarly, you can put it over here. You can make it short, and you can see the coloring, the change in color. You can see it over here. Okay. Similarly, you can make color like value. If any specific value for a specific value you want to put it, or auto define a rule if cell value is any specific number or cell value is this. Like say I skip it here. Make it here. Now value, define a rule if cell value is this, the color will be this. Add another one if cell value is something else. If cell value is this, I'll put some other color. Add another color. So this is giving another color. So this is how you can play around with the color coding as well. And the next one is number formatting. You can do a number formatting. Currently it's disabled. I am making it enable, not here, because this is not number. So make sure that the number formatting you're putting for numerical value. So precision, use 1,000 or separator, 1,000 separator, like it will provide you the comma and everything. Unit, like I'll put in MB, like bytes. So if you position of it, if you want to put it before or after, bytes. So bytes, it has come by byte after the numerical value. If you put it before, it will come before bytes in this. So similarly, you can put anything, whichever you want. If this is like any we are calculating in price or something, you can put dollar. So here it will come it as a dollar, and now if you pound, it will come it as a pound. So similarly, you can put anything over here. So that's it for the video. So hope you liked it. Welcome to my channel. Hope you are all doing good. So the next topic will be creating reports and dashboards. So in this video, I'll be covering creating reports and working with reports. So what exactly report is? So let's go to the definition of reports. So reports are the saved search. So whenever you are creating any saved search, so it is nothing but a reports. So report can show events. You can show raw events, or statistics or table, or any visualization, chart, bar, pie chart, or any other kind of visualization. You can do it through report. Running a report return fresh result each time when you run the report. So this is the one of the feature of report, that it will not run the past data. It will run every time. It will run the fresh data. It won't get the cached data or something unless you have used a specific date and time range over there, but it always give you the fresh data. So statistics and visualization allow you to drill down by the default to see underlying events. So whenever you create any report, so if you are clicking on any of the parameters, so it will drill down to that particular event. Okay, we'll see it in our practical session. So the next one is report can be shared and added to dashboard. That means you can share the report. You can keep it private. If it's confidential, you can keep it private, or you can share those report among the app or multiple apps. And also you can create a report or share the report to the dashboard as well. So when we are moving forward, I'll show you how we can create a report and add it to the dashboard. So that will be, I'll be covering in our dashboard video. So there are few things we need to take care about when you are creating reports. So one is naming convention. So naming convention, it's good to have a smart naming convention. Before you begin using Splunk on the job, define a naming convention so you can always find your reports and tell them apart. So generally when you create a report, there are thousands of reports in your environment maybe. So to uniquely identify it should have some naming convention that to follow, so that it's very easy to understand what all reports are created, and through naming convention you can get it is for which what object it is, for which group it is, or what is the description of it. Okay, so the ideal naming convention will be, what can you do is, first, here you won't create a report, just I'm saying how can you give the name of it. This is not the search language, this one underscore this in bracket. So first will should be your group name, second should be your object, and third will be description. So in this naming convention, you should always save your report. So saving a report, I will show you how can you save the reports. So for example, the example will be, if suppose you need to get the weekly data for a sales report, or for a login failure. So how can you do that? Login failed underscore what exactly you want to do. You need to create a report, alert, or dashboard, or macro. So here, like we can say it, report and daily failure, or you can say daily login failure here, or if any domain is there, like say network, it is with respect to network domain, or finance, like this. You can create a reporting, or IT department. So IT report daily login failure. So this is how the naming convention should be. So first, whenever you are searching for report, so report will be there always in this tab. So whenever you are searching for the report, if you search directly the on this tab, let me show you. In this tab, there are these many reports. If you created any report, so you can search it like report, and currently there is no report created, so it is not showing, but you can see a report. If you have created alert, you can search it with the alert, or dashboard. It won't show here, it will show it 10 here. Okay, so this is about naming convention of report. Now I will explain you how can you create a report. So before that, you should know for which you want to create a report. Like you should have the data login, or any employee record or something. Before that, the data should be there in Splunk. So you need to request to your admin, or whoever, or if you are working on POC. So just ingest the data yourself. I have created on video how can you ingest the data. So go and have a look on that if you are doing any POC or you are learning. So let's see. I have ingested some data in employee index and employee source type. So better you filter out as means give a field as much possible, so it will impact your performance. Now what I am doing is I'm creating table, or like say first time what I'll do is I'll create a raw data. This will be the raw data from here. This is a simple raw event. Now from here, first is your search. Second, you need to go to save as, and you need to click on report. So I will save it as uh, IT underscore report underscore EMP details. So this will be my report name. The description is optional, so I will make it as demo. And content how you want to see the report. So currently it's in event format, so it will show event. Time picker, will show you whether you want to uh, uh, use the time picker or during your reporting or searching. When you deploy the report, the time picker will come by default, and you can choose your timing for how many days you want report, how many hours you want report. If you don't select it, it will choose the value as you mentioned in the search, like all time I have searched, but please do not use all time, it will impact your performance. So once you have selected everything, just click on save. So it will save your uh, report. So when you save it, it will give you few details like additional settings. If you want to do permissions, when you are creating it, the report will be private. So it will be visible to you only, and if you want to make visible to others, so you need to make it read only, or you want to give write permission to some roles, so you can provide a write permission. Second one is schedule. So you can schedule a report if you want to schedule a report, or you want to send an email. In email you want to send this event, so you can schedule. You can accelerate is nothing but it will create a summarized data on the disk. So, and embed, if you want to embed your report somewhere, so you can do that code, you can get it and you can embed. The next the option will be the continue adding or add to a dashboard. Directly from here you can add to dashboard. So what I'm doing is I'll go and view the report. So once you uh, click on that, it will show you the data, the report output of it. So also if you want to search, you can search it over here. A report, as I mentioned, report, it will show as report. So it is showing. Earlier it was not showing, now it is showing over here. So this is how you can search for the report directly. If you want, you can click over here, so it will show the same page. So from here, if you can perform n number of operations. As I mentioned, if you give time picker, the time picker will be coming over here. If you don't give the time picker, it will come without this value. Okay, so you can use time range last 15 minutes or all time, or so this is how you can create a report. Now let's see what all operation can be done on a report. So this is existing report which I have already created, as in we have created, and now I want to do any editing or some operation on report. So what can be done on the report? So I can open in search. So directly when I click on over here, it will open the report in search. So if you want to say give some values and you want to save it, you can save it over here. Or if you want to rename this event, if you added some more values or more visualization over here, so you can save it and create your own different copy of report. So similarly you can click over here, give all the details, and do anything with it. Okay, so the next thing will be in I will go to that report only. Okay, this report, the next one will be description. You can edit description. So you just bear in mind, you cannot edit the name of report. If you want to do it, you need to delete it and create with another name. Okay, also you can edit the permission. Currently it's private. Whenever you see the report, it will show you private. I will show you how it will look like. So report, so you can see sharing, it's private, only you can see it. Okay, now you can make it public. You can share it between the users or to only this app. Okay, just you need to create, you need to change the permission. If you want to share between all the application, you can do that as well. So as per your requirement, you just you can change the permissions. Next one, you can schedule. If you want to schedule it from here. Use all the parameters whatever you want. You can schedule it as per your requirement, and all the other details are there. Actions, whatever actions you want to perform, you can do that. Scheduling is one part. Next one is acceleration. So you can accelerate the report, but before that you need to schedule it. If you do not schedule it, it won't accelerate. Accelerate means what it does is it will summarize the data and put the copy of that summarized data, put it on the file, not in the index. Okay, not in the main index. You can clone it, you can get the embed value, and you can delete it. Okay, these all operation can be done on the report. Also, if you can see in the more information, so there will be more information about created app, schedule, action. So what all details are there for this report, you can see it over here. Okay, okay, there are multiple things are there, like edit job, how it is performing. If it is long running, you can pause it, you can stop it, you can reload it, you can share it, print it, and you can download the report. Okay, these are operations you can perform it. So in download, we can see how many options are there. So how many type you can download: raw data, PDF, CSV, XML, and JSON. In these many types, you can download the reports. Name is optional, and how many records you want to. Okay, now let's come to the next one: creating tables and visualization. So there are three types of method to create table and visualization in Splunk. So first one is select a field from the sidebar and choose a report to run. Okay, you can select from the sidebar and you create a report and use a pivot interface. You can use start with data set, or directly you can go to pivot. So this is how you can create a table. Use the Splunk search language transforming command in the search bar. Directly you can write your own searches and you can create a table or visualization. So let's have a look one by one. How can we achieve this? So how can you view the table or visualization? So if you run any report, any query, so there is multiple options. First is events, where you can see the raw events pattern. You can find out pattern in your data, and next one is stats. So from stats, this will represent you the tabular format of your data. So whatever I have given in the table command, you can see name, age, employee ID, city, and salary. And next one is visualization, where you can see how your data is performing, or as per your query. Here you can use stats, any of the transforming command. It should be a transforming command, so you can see the visualization and the table, or statistic table. So this is how you can visualize. Okay. So as I mentioned, you can create a report or table or visualization in three ways. So one of the way is select the value from your field bar. Select the value from your field bar. Let's have a look how can we achieve that. So you can see it here. There are many fields are there. Now choose a numerical one. Always choose a numerical one. Now in my data, I can see a numerical value. So when you click on numerical value, it will show you some mathematical functions: average over time, max value over time, minimum value over time, top values by time, rare, event with these fields. Okay, so what you can do is directly click over here. So once you click it, it will give you the details. Currently only age, okay, time chart age, only this much age is there, that's why it is showing. Okay, I have selected the average, so it will show you only average, because there is average is coming like similar. Let's see for some other value, or average over time. I think for my data I have ingested at the same time, so ingestion time is taking. So it will give you this data only, like for this time, because it's average on time. So for this particular time, all the events has happened. So that is why it is showing you this graph. Otherwise, it will show like as I'm shown earlier. This similar to this, it will show you on the basis of time, how your data is performing on the basis of time. Okay, so this is the simplest example of how you can get the data from your fields. So also when you click on that field, you observe that it is giving automatically, it is giving the time chart command. Now you click over here, it's giving you time chart command. Okay, because time chart command always work on over the time. So by default, the y-axis, the x-axis is always time, and the y-axis will be the field which you have taken. Okay. So now let's create a top value report. So when you go to your event, from event itself, from sidebar field itself, you can create a top values. So let's go to alphanumerical values, alphanumerical values, and here you can see top values. So once you click over here, it will give you top 20 countries value, but currently only two data is there for each country, so it will show you this only 2 records. But by default, if you choose it over here, it will show you 20 uh, 20 records by default in the top. Okay, so you can play around with your data. Currently I have limited data, so it is showing this many, only 2 records. So it will definitely show you 20 top 20 records, and by default it will provide you the bar chart, and you can change as per your requirement. And you can top or some other as per your requirement. Okay, so just keep in mind that when you click through any of the sidebar, so it will show you top 20, otherwise it will show you top 10 records. Top, here there is no multiple data, so there will be a top 10 records. So this question can come in exam. So as you have seen, you can change the chart, you can change the format as well. There are multiple formats are there. So general stack over, you can do stack one after on top of that. You can have multi series as well. If you want to see the current show the data over here, you can see it. Otherwise it will show you a minimum maximum of data. Now if you see it, it will show you 2. Now minimum maximum, again it's 2 or 0, means 2 is maximum, there is no 0, so it's showing maximum. Okay, now on the x-axis, which field you want to keep it on x-axis, which in which format. By default, customize none, or label how it should look like, x-axis or y-axis how it should look like. You can do that. Label truncation, you can do the label truncation as well. Y-axis, similar to x-axis, you can play around with the y-axis. Overlay, for this also I have created video, but overlay nothing but it will show you the line, whichever you selected, the field will go off from the chart, and it will create a line chart, a line for that values. Okay. Okay, these all the things I have already explained in my previous video, so please have a look on that. So this is how you can play around with your reports, and you, after doing this, finally you can go here and use it, save it as a report, as I mentioned earlier. There is one more thing. When you switch to statistics, there is a term called data overlay, field overlay. So how it works is, whenever you create on heat map, it will change the color from this to lighter version of this color as per the values, and heat map looks like that, and high to low. So again, if you click on that, it will show you high value, as it's only two is there. If it is zero somewhere there, so it will show you lighter of that. Okay, so it will show you the lighter value over there. So this is about all about report. Thanks for watching the video. Now this video is about creating dashboard. So if you have gone through my last video, in that video I have explained you about creating reports and working with reports. So continue to that video, I am going to show you how to work with dashboard, or what exactly the dashboard is. So a definition of dashboard: a dashboard consists of one or more panels displaying data visually in a useful way, such as events, table, chart, or stats, or any other data, or normal events also you can show it in a dashboard. So in short, you can say a dashboard is a collection of reports, and reports has the saved searches. Okay, this is the pure definition of a dashboard. So a report can be used to create a panel on a dashboard. So a dashboard is a consist of different panels. So we will see how you can create a panel, or how can you add a report into the dashboard. So let's add a report into the dashboard. So this is the report which I have created in my previous video. So in this video I have already explained all in my previous video I have already explained the detail about this tabs. So now let's go to next tab of it, creating a dashboard. Add to a dashboard, directly you can create it, add a report from here to the dashboard. So if you have a new dashboard, so give the detail about it, demo dashboard. Okay, and dashboard ID, it will always if you don't give underscore as well, it will always take it as an underscore, so keep in mind. So, and then the description is optional. One thing to be noticed, if you have already existing dashboard, like see there are few dashboard are there. If you want to add this report in existing dashboard, you can do that, or else you can save it as per your requirement. So by default, the dashboard permission is private. You can make it public to share to the application, or within a application to multiple user, or between the apps you can share your dashboard, as it's the permission is works similar to any of the report. So if you have panel name in mind, so you can use that panel, or if you want to give a panel name, you can give it. I will give a panel name as employee record. So I'm not using inline search. I am using as a report, and also a report. In what type the report can be, a column, chart, or a statistics. So currently I'm using a statistics, so it should be statistics. So for now, drill down, it's no. I'll show you how can we drill down to a particular event, or to the drill down from your events. Okay, so click on save. So once you click on save, uh, it will show you the dashboard has been created, and you may now view the dashboard. Now once you click over here, it will show you the actual dashboard which you have created from your report. So currently it's only single dashboard, so you can create a multiple dashboard. This is only single panel which says that it's employee record. You can make adjacent panel or below panels. Let's see how it works. So I'm using the word panel. So let's have a look why create a panels for the reports. So the first thing, it is efficient to create most dashboard panel based on the report, because a single report can be used across the different dashboard. One report can be used different dashboard. This links the report definition to the dashboard. So it will link the report definition to the dashboard. Any changes to the underlying report affect every dashboard panel that utilize that report. So it's nothing but a calling a function. So whenever you are using that panel, this panel, anywhere you can use this panel. Uh, this panel can have multiple reports or a single report. So you can use this panel in other report as well, other dashboard as well. So this is beneficial for reusing your reports in multiple dashboards. So let's play around with the dashboard. So first, I will show you how can you edit the panel. So once you have saved your dashboard, so dashboard will look like this. So if you want to do any modification or anything, you want to play around with the dashboard, so you need to click on edit. So here it will show you UI, and then next one is uh, source code. So if you are good at uh, XML format, so you can create a dashboard in backend as well. So there are many things you can only create in backend. So you should have a little bit understanding of it. So the panel which I am calling about, this is the panel. So you can drag and drop if you have multiple panels over there. Let me add one more panel. So let's and second will add panel. So I will add one panel like column chart, and again I will give it employee record record, and I need to give a query. So this similar query I will be using. Okay, table name. I will use the same query there. Okay, time picker. I have not used global time picker, so let's have a look on that as well. So if I will do that, I will click on OK. It will look like this, and this is why what I was talking about, that you can drag and drop over here. Okay. So I was talking about uh, time picker. So if you have add time picker, so now in inline query you can see the time picker. So whenever you change the time, this report will get changed. So in this, how to do that, it's a different way of doing it. So I'll show you in my upcoming video how can you change uh, the report time picker value over there. Okay, so the next will be, here you can see more value, one or more values, here more actions. So in that, this action, two things can be there. One is drill down option. So drill down option, what you exactly want to do. First, the automatic will be linked to search. So whenever you will click on any of this, it will link to the search. And there is multiple options are there. No actions, link to the dashboard, link to report, link to URL, manage token on this dashboard. So these are the multiple of options are there. This will come in a advanced version, but for now, you need to understand that these many options are there. Okay, and once you click over here, you need to apply it. So the next option on this is uh, release is nothing but means nothing but it will show you different values for different form, because this again it will be the advanced one, so I'm not showing you over here. So once you save it with this option, drill down option, once you save it, now if I click over here, it will redirect you to city equal to Pune. If you can see it, it is showing me should city equal to Pune and the name equal to whatever the things will be there, it will show you. Like I have clicked over here, so it will show you name equal to this, and then name equal to Kabir, and then city equal to Pune. Like see, I clicked over here, it is drilling down me to that particular event. So similarly, or also time range, it will pick the same time range which is present over there. Okay, so this is about drill down and its visualization. So next can be if I go to that dashboard, if I do not have permission to edit this dashboard, what you can do is I can go and clone the dashboard. If I want to change mm, clone itself for temp, and I will clone it. So you can see it over here, it's cloned, and then all the things will be, and you can change as per your requirement. The search can be changed when you click over here in the filter. You can do all other operations as well. You want to select the visualization, you can select the visualization under the panel. See, you can see the visualization formatting. You can change the formatting as you have done on the reports. All the formatting can be done here. Here everything can be done which you have performed with the report. So it's treated as a single reports, and the combination of it, the uh, combination of it or when you club together these reports, it will form it as a dashboard. Okay. So if you want to if you have done any changes, it will show highlight you the save uh, panel, save option. Otherwise it won't to show anything, just you cancel it and you move ahead. Now next one in this is what you can do is edit, export and print. You can export your dashboard to PDF, and if you want to send this PDF to your customer or anyone, you can send it. So this is how it will look like in the PDF format when you download it. Okay, this is very useful feature when you want to, because the dashboard, there is limitation of dashboard, you cannot send this dashboard as an email. So the best way, you just download as a PDF, and this PDF can be sent as a in the email. Okay, so one more main thing about good thing about dashboards are, you can set this dashboard as a home page dashboard. So you can choose it over here. From here you can choose it. I can select the dashboard which I have created. Choose a dashboard demo. Okay, save. So whenever I will log in, I can see these dashboards. Okay, let me log in and log out and log in once again. So logging in, it will show me the same dashboard which I have created. So guys, that's it about the video. Let me show you how can you search for the dashboard which are there already in your record. So whenever you click on search and reporting, there are multiple tabs are there where you can see the reports, alerts, and here you can see the dashboard which you have created. So please follow the naming convention as well. I have created demo, dashboard, and for which purpose you have created, to put underscore email, employee record or something. So I should have created, but it's okay for now. So just bear in mind about the naming convention. So guys, that's it about the video. Thanks for watching and have a great day. Thank you. To my channel. So the next topic will be scheduling reports and alerts. So in this video, I'll be covering scheduling the reports. So before we start, just we want to know why we schedule report. So scheduling reports are useful for monthly, weekly, daily, executive, managerial role up reports. So by doing scheduling reports, uh, management or for upper level, they can see the reports, how their business is performing, how a particular uh, flow is behaving. So the next point can be a dashboard performance. So by scheduling a report, we can increase the performance of a dashboard. And the next one can be the automatically sending reports via email. So when you schedule a dashboard, so you can send a report automatically to someone's inbox. So these are the few benefit of scheduling the reports. So uh, how can we create a scheduler for the report? So this is the search bar. So you need to write some query over here. I have already written a query. So this will be the query, and also as similar to my previous video, I have mentioned that how can we create a report. So here we can give a name, so it can be a IT report underscore emp record. Emp recorder. Here I am putting this can be the description can be demo. So if you do not want to, so that time picker can be a scheduler. It will pick a scheduler report. So once you do that, it will ask for several options: permission, schedule, acceleration, and embed. So here you can schedule your report. Like click over here. Once you do that, you need to click whether you want to schedule. Yes. Once you schedule it, different option will come. How often you want to schedule? So weekly, every hour, every day, every month, every week, every month, or cron job. So for cron job, you need to know how the cron job works. So currently I am putting hourly. Now the second one, time range, how far the data you want to fetch. You want the data for last 15 minutes, 60 minutes, or 4 hours, or so on. For all, it's not a good practice to select for all, because it will impact your performance. The search will not get completed if it's the huge data will be there. And relative time, you can put it. There are different advanced time range is also there. So this is how you can select the time range. So I will select the time range as weekly, and if you say it weekly, it will ask on which day the report will run and what time. So currently I am keeping it as it is. Okay. So by this, as I already explained it, you need to select the time range. And priority, what can be the priority of it? High priority, or highest priority, or by default it can come. Window, schedule window. If you want to put a schedule window, you can do that as well. So schedule window is nothing but a report run for that particular window. Whenever the multiple reports are there, the report will run for that particular window. This will help whenever the multiple reports are there, and those are queuing up. So it will give you a relaxation of that window. In this particular window, the report should work. It should run. Okay, so the definition of it can be a schedule window. This settings determines a time frame to run the report. If there is other report scheduled to run at the same time, you can provide a window in which to run the report. This setting provide efficiency to schedule several reports on run. So this is the benefit of it. So once you select all these options, once you checked all these options, there is also have option of triggering an alert. So there are multiple options: as a log event, output result to lookup, output result to telemetry endpoints, run script, send email, webhook. These are by default comes with the uh, Splunk version. So event, log event creates an index searchable log events. So if you want to put the event of that in the index, so you can do that. Output result to Outlook, send result to result of search to CSV lookup files. So through that you can do that. Output result to telemetry endpoints, send usage metrics back to Splunk if your company has opted in the program. So you can send the output to Splunk back. Okay, run a script. You can run a script over here. Send any email and webhook. You can send through webhook. You can send data to URL. Send data to URL through that. Now we are going to choose option of sending email. So through that you can send an email. Here you need to give email address. So john@gmail.com. So it can show you CC and BCC as well. Here you want to if you want to give a priority of report, you can give it. Now if you want to use any field from your output, so you can give enclose in between these signs, dollar signs, and otherwise you can just tell employee record. So employee record. Now message again, if you want to put field in the message, so you need to enclose in between these signs and write whatever you want to write over here. Also there are multiple options are there. You if you want you can link to a report, it will come with the message, link to report, link to result string. It will show the result string inline table, or if you want to attach this result as a CSV or PDF, you can do that. So once you save it, let's verify everything is fine. So once you save it, you can see the alert will run for Monday this time and for 24 hours. Currently it has not run, so there is no result over here. Okay, and how can you see this? So you have to go to, first of all, you have to go to report, search for this report. So you can see it over here. The report is the next run is for this time. Okay, and other things, private, public, you can see it. And edit option, through that there are multiple edits option, as I mentioned in my report video. With report, these options you can see with report as well as with the schedule one. So description, you can change the description. You can assign a permission, assign to app or to in between app, in this app to all the users, or you can share among between the apps. So this is how you can edit it. So there are few more options are there: accelerate and cloning this report, or embed. Once you click on embed, it will show you how this directly you can embed in any of the things, or HTML based. These are HTML based. You can copy and use it anywhere. Okay, so this is all about scheduling report. So once you schedule it, it will run for this time, and you will get the email notification in your mailbox. Whatever options you have chosen, if you have chosen the report should go in CSV format or PDF format, it will you will get the report in that particular format. So that's it for now. Thanks for watching video. Hi friends, in my previous video we have seen that how to schedule report. So in this video I am going to tell you what is alert and how can we schedule alert in our environment. So before that, what are alerts? So first, Splunk alert are based on searches that can run either on a regular schedule interval or real time. So the alert should be scheduled one, or it can be a real time. So alert are triggered when a result of search meet a specific condition that you define. So whenever you are going to create an alert, so it is searching for a specific condition that you are going to trigger for any specific alert. So based on your need, alert can create an entry and trigger alert, log an event, output result to lookup, send email, use webhook, perform custom action. So these all are actions you can perform. So let's have a look how can we create an alert. So when you are creating alert, you should know on which search you are going to create an alert, or for which data you are going to create an alert. So I have data already ingested in my environment, my POC environment. So similarly, you can ask in your POC environment, or if you are performing this action in production, so there should be a search written already, and there should be some criteria on that basis you are going to set a threshold, and you will get the alert out of it. So this is my simple query. While I am going to get the age of employees which is greater than 30. So when I go here, I'll search for it, and this is the event which I'm getting it over here. So how I can change it in alert. So as we have seen, for save search also we need to save search or schedule search, we need to run save as. So here you can see it. First option is report, second is dashboard, and third one is alert. So you need to click on alert. So once you go on alert, first you need to give the title of it. So I can give IT. So you need to follow the naming convention as well. Alert and age greater 30. Greater than 30. So description, I am putting it demo. You can put as per your requirement. So the description should be there. Or then the next part, the permission. So permission, this permission, similarly we have checked on permission on reports or dashboard. So similarly this permission will work. So if you keep it private, the alert or the search behind the alert, only you can see it, nobody else can see it. By default it's private, and you can search to you can share it through app as well. So now if you want to schedule it, so this is what we are talking about. It can be alert can be scheduled or real time. So if you want to schedule it, you can schedule it for any specific time. If it's a real time, the alert will be running real time, and you need to specify the expiry date. If the alert if it's running for a long time, it will expire in this specific time. So by default it comes as a schedule, and whatever schedule you want to provide, you can provide the schedule over here. How often it checks the employee data, so daily, hourly, weekly, monthly, or any specific cron job, a specific certain time you want to schedule it, so you can schedule it. So I am selecting it hourly basis. So before that, we can see the difference between alert type like schedule and real time. The schedule alerts search run at a definite interval and evaluate trigger condition when the search completes. Okay, and the real time one is the real time alert search run constantly in the background. It will run constantly in the background. Second one, evaluate trigger condition within a window of a time based on the condition you define. So it will check for within a window. This window, it will check whatever time you have defined in that window. It will check for the data. Okay, whatever time you have defined. So this is the difference between type. Now schedule setting, as I already mentioned, these many number of schedule settings are there, so you can define whatever you want as per your need. Now there are certain schedule condition, trigger condition. So there are a number of trigger condition when like when the alert will get triggered. Okay, the number of result, as you can see, you have already given a query that meeting your condition. If there is any event or such event is coming, trigger this alert. Number of host, if number of host are greater than or less than something, so you can trigger an alert. Number of source, whatever the source are there, or custom. So custom, you can define your own your own field is greater than or less than or something, you can define over here. So like say if you define a number of results, so here you can apply a condition that is greater than, is less than, is equal to, is not equal to, drop by or rise by. So drop by, rise by, that means for the certain percentage it's dropping or rising, so you can trigger an alert. So for now I am giving greater than 0. That means if the age is greater than 30, so trigger an alert. So this is the simplest one. Now trigger an alert once or for each result. Suppose in my result there are multiple rows are there or multiple events are there. So whether you want to trigger the alert for only once or for each events, for each event, if you select, if the search query is like here, if you can see, if search query is giving more than one result, so the alert will get triggered for multiple records. So in this condition it won't trigger anything. So I will create once more alert and age greater 30, then, and everything I'll keep as it is, hourly, and similarly the number of result, and and the this is very important, throttle, that means you want to suppress if there are many events are there, the flood of events are there, so you can suppress that flood of event by setting this condition. Okay, so suppress the event, similar event coming for 60 seconds, or if you are running query for 10 minutes, if you do not want the similar alert for next 60 minutes, so you can define over here. So likewise you can do or day or something, whatever you want to. So suppress an event for certain time. If that time beyond that time, again trigger one more alert and wait for another 60 minutes or 60 seconds. Okay, after this there is main condition. Once all this condition is fulfilled, Now you have to trigger an action. So action can be multiple. So before that, just have a look on once and for each. When you select once, what is the difference in throttling, and once you search for this for each condition, for each event, that you need to define a specific field on which you want to suppress the alert, or for that, like say here we are searching for age, so age should be the field on which, if age is greater than 30, if you are getting those alert continuously, for suppress it for next 60 minutes, and then again release a new event. Okay, so this is clear. So the next point is very important. Trigger condition. Now trigger condition, there are number of trigger condition. One, add alert, add to trigger an alert, log events, output result to lookup, output result to telemetry endpoint, run a script, send an email or webhook. As it's similar to means I have already explained in one of my videos, so you can have a look on that. So trigger an alert. So for this tutorial, I am just choosing to send an email. So once you give that, you need to give email address and BCC or CC you can put it, and how the you can define a priority of a email. What will be the priority? If it's high, you can put it high. Here subject, if you need some data from your result, so you need to enclose in between the uh, dollar sign. So age alert for employee more employee age alert for employee age greater than age, and say age. So it will come as 30 when it come in the email subject. So similarly, if you want to define anything in message, you can do it, and if you want to use it, you use it through wait. So also similar to schedule report, you can use any of this parameter. So you want to link an alert, link a result, search a string, table, you want result in attached CSV format, trigger condition, a specific trigger time, or you want to attach it in PDF. So I'm keeping as it is and attaching it to PDF. Now if I save it, it will ask for the permission. Okay, I'm using free trial version, so schedule will not work. Otherwise, it will like in full-fledged version, it will work. So if you want to work around the permission, so you can have a look on permission. If you want to change the permission of this app, currently it's owned by yourself, so nobody can see it. Though the alert condition will get triggered. And if you want to share it in the app, you can do it, or among the apps you can do it. So once you save it, this it will land you to this page where it shows the alert name, whatever the alert name, description, and enable or disable. Currently it's enable. If you want to disable it, disable it. An app, you can specify the app as well. Permission, what permission you have. Modify, last modified. Alert type, scheduled, hourly basis. Hourly basis, or if you want to edit it, you can do it. Trigger condition, number of alert, the trigger condition will also, or action. The action here you specified email, or if you specify some other action, it will specify that action as well. If you want to edit the alert, you can go ahead, edit. It's similar to edit which we have applied on search scheduling or search reporting. So similarly you can do the editing. Open in search, the similar, if I click on this, it will open in search bar. The search which you have written, it will open there. Now the second one, edit alert, if you want to do some edit, but remember you will not be able to change the name of it. You have to delete and then again you have to again create new report with another name. Okay, so here you can edit whatever you want apart from name. So again, permission, you can change the permission and disable, and you if you want to clone it, you can clone it. So if you want to see alerts, so definitely you can go to alerts and see the alerts which you have created. So here you can do whatever operation I was showing over there, you can do it over here. So severity means if you want to see alerts which is trigger with this uh, this field, you can go to this page directly and you can see whatever, if any alert has been triggered, it will show it over here and you can check how it is performing or how it is working. And also if related to this this you want to see any job activity, so you can go to here and see for any trigger action has been triggered. In activity, you need to go to in activity and trigger alerts. If you know the detail about it, you can see it over here. Okay, so that's it about the video. Let's have a quick look on the summary. So what is alert? Alert are based on the save search, and that can be run on regular interval or can be a real-time alert. Alert are triggered when the result of search meet a specific condition that you define, and based on your need, alert can be create an entry in triggered alert, log event, output result to lookup file, send email, use web hook, perform a custom action. So we have talked about how can we create alert. So before that you need to know the query on which you need to trigger an alert and alert condition. So you can create similarly the alert you can create, go to save as and you create an alert and define everything over here and save it. And there are we have talked about the permission, alerts, and how can we schedule it, and we have talked about alert condition, trigger condition, on which condition you can trigger. We have talked about once or for each result how can you trigger an alert, and accordingly you worked on we have seen the throttle value, how can we suppress the unnecessary noise if you do not want it, and there are multiple events and multiple trigger actions are there. So these are the trigger action. So I have chosen email one. So also you can choose a log event where you can give a log event to a specific, you need to put a event, and you can ingest the data in the log, in the index. So it is by default it's going to uh, index main. Then you can define host or source type or anything you want to. Here you can define. So there can be a multiple action in uh, one alert. So you can define multiple action, like see, there are log and as well as send email. So once you finish it, you just save, and you can see this browser, where it is, this browser, you can see it, and here all the details about the alert is there, and you can do all the other operations, and you can edit your uh, alert. If you want to see any alert triggered with you, alert which you have created, go to trigger alert, from activity trigger alert, go over here, and you can see, uh, you need to select the options, and you can see whatever the alert has been triggered. So this is all about the scheduling alert and creating alerts and editing alerts. So thanks for watching the video, and have a good day.
To my channel. Now, today's topic is pivot and datasets. So let's start with datasets. What are the datasets? What is the definition of datasets? A dataset is a collection of data that you either want to search or that contains the result from a search. So this is very straightforward definition. Some datasets are permanent and others are temporary. So every dataset has a specific set of native capability associated with it, which is referred to as the kind, the dataset kind. Okay, it's kind of, we can say, a categorization of the data. So to specify a dataset search, you use a dataset name. Okay, if the dataset is a different module, you specify the module name and the dataset name. Okay, so this is a pure definition of it. So it is easily understandable. So what exactly the dataset is? So there are two types of datasets. First is permanent, another one is a temporary dataset. So permanent datasets will store the data on the index on the disk, and you can search it later on, okay, in future. And the temporary data set that you created runtime in the search, and then you can only search it at that time. You cannot store that. You generally do not store it. So one of the example of it is from, this is after the pipe you are returning it from here. So this is the general definition of a dataset, a temporary dataset. So these just remember these names: temporary dataset and permanent dataset. Okay. So now we talked about kind of dataset. So the kind of dataset is nothing but a classification. So there are multiple types of datasets are there: index, matrix, lookup, view, job, import, catalog, and VTSPI, SPL sync, V1 SPL sync. Okay, so these are the kind of dataset. So this is high level about the dataset. Now we will check how can we access the dataset from the Splunk. Okay, so to access the dataset, access it from Splunk, you need to go to search and reporting. In search and reporting, you can see menu bars over here: search, analytics, datasets, report, alerts, dashboard. So here you need to go to datasets. So Down here you can see all the data sets which are there in this Splunk. So few are by default created, and when you create a data model, so there are certain database will be created. So this is how you can access the data set. So on the data set, what you can do is you can play around with the pivoting. So from here, if you want to access the acceleration data set under this data model, so you can choose visualization, pivot, or investigate in search. So these are the two options you can do it. So the pivot, we will talk about pivot in detail. How can we create, and how it is easy for a person who do not know much about SPL, means Splunk search language. So pivot is helpful for them. Pivot hands-on. Let's dig down to the definition of pivot. The pivot tool lets you report on a specific data set without the Splunk search processing language. So I already explained that the person who do not have a Splunk search language knowledge can write their own query with the help of a pivot. First, identify a data set that you want to report on, and then use a drag and drop interface to design and generate a pivot data. Present different aspects of that data in the form of table, chart, and other visualization. So it will provide you it will provide you a table, and then you can create a graph, chart, and other visualization as well. So how it works on data model. Data model generates a hierarchical structure of data. Then it has some data sets. The data sets I already explained. And then you choose a data set, and then apply pivot on that. So for example, you have a data model that tracks the email service information with data set representing email sent and email received. If you want to focus on pattern in your sent email, select email activity and the data model, and choose email sent data set. So the data set will be a sub part of a data model. So email activity is a data model, where the email sent is a data set. Okay, so let's go to the practical of a pivot. How can we create and select a pivot and everything? So let's begin. You have to choose your data set on which you want to apply the pivot. Now here there are multiple data models are there, and we see under that data model we have data set. So I do not have much data in the data model, but in my instance, this test instance, so I am doing the audit. I'm using the audit data model, and according to that, I'm creating some report on the basis of user activity. So how many events are processed with respect to particular user. So how can we use this? So here you can edit it if you have admin access. So you can edit the data model, extend in table, and if you want to use a pivot, so you need to select visualize with pivot and investigate in search. There are two options. So you need to select to use pivot. You need to select visualize with pivot. So once you click over here, as means it will show you the total number of count with respect to that particular field. So here audit is the field, or audit is the data set. So you can get the full you can say full event count of a data set. So the pivot automatically populate with a count of event of the selected object. So you have selected the objects as audit. So in this example, you can see here. Now move further. So this is these are the count, and this is the selected field. So now you have time range. By default, it is selected as all time. Now you can select as per your requirement how much data you want. So you need to click on this this button and edit it. Click on OK. Once you do it, it will get selected. Now if you want to split it further, now this is total number of event count with respect to all user. Now what I want to do is I want to bifurcate it with respect to each user. So remember that in your data model those fields should be populated. So before you have this, you need to get created the data model with your admin properly. Okay, so here I will select split by. Now I will select user. So once you select on user, it will give you certain options. First is label, if you want to give a label, otherwise it will be user. Then row, sort for sorting there are there is default, descending and ascending. Now default sort by the field value in the ascending order. Okay, ascending sort by the count in the ascending order, and descending sort by the count in the descending order. Okay, and the maximum number of row which is going to display over on the result. So you can specify. Once you create click on add to table, so it will add, and you can see your total number of count the event per user is divided. So here is the user, and now with respect to each user there is a count. Okay, now if you go down, you can see the format. If you want to format this, I want to see the total. So you can see the total over here, and if percentage as well, you can see the percentage. So see, you can see the total count over here. This is the total count. Now if you need to drill down further, how can you split it further on the basis of certain columns? So what is the user activity, means user actions are there, what user has done which action. So you can click over here. Now again there are certain options are there. If you need to select maximum column, you can select it, group together, height, these are the options. And if you want total, you can click on total, and once you add it, like see, we will add it. So you can see it over here. The user activity is divided as per its action, what all action is been performed with a specific user. Okay, so you can see it over here, the activities performed, these many activities performed. So remember, you have selected the total. So if you can see over here, the total is displaying over here with respect to each user. The total event count is defined, and you, if you can see at the bottom, for each action the total is defined over here. Okay, so this is pretty straightforward. So one who should not who do not have much knowledge on SPL, search Splunk search language, so it is very beneficial for them. Now moving further, if you want to do some you want to filter out some data, so what you can do is here right here you can click on this. If you want to remove admin or NA, let's remove NA. So I'll click on user. Okay, so match limit, so I am using match. So there are multiple options: is, contains, is not, and does not contain, start with, and ends with, is null, is not null, is list, is in list. So these are the options. So I will use is not. Let's see if it works. So there are, here you can see as well, so you can directly select over here or can write it. So once I do that, it will go off. So similarly, if there is anything which you do not understand in that field, you can remove it. Okay, so this is how you can filter the things. So this is without the what do you say, without the NA user. So total number of count will be accordingly. The NA user is completely vanished. So now again there are few other things are there. So I am putting it back now. Now how can you visualize your format? So what you can do is there is a number of visualizations are there. So like if you want to see it in the line format, if you want to see in bar chart, you can do it, and there are multiple options are there. So general options are stack means your data will be stacked one by one. Also if you want to see in multiple series mode, you can click over there. If you want to see the numbers, maximum, minimum, or for each data, if you want to see the number, so better you can put maximum and minimum. And also if you want to play around with the color options, you can do that. Now here what you want to put in x-axis and y-axis is here, you can define it over here. And there are other options are also there, how you want to define your data. Okay, so here time range, you can select any time range which you want. So some of the settings of the column chart field to be used to further breakdown. If you want to use for further breakdown, you can filter out, or further you can break it down. Then limit on the number, if you want to limit, this is the field. If you want to change or break down number of result, alignment, left, right, bottom, top, none. So currently it's right aligned. Then lesion transition, sorry, lesion truncation. So these are the options for visualization. Now after the visualization, if you want to save the report, you can do that. Click over here, save it. So user audit report demo. So I will save it. Once I do that, it will ask for the other settings, so I'll directly go in view. So this is my report. Okay, so once you go and click over here, it will turn into whatever your specific query. So you can see how complex is the query. So one who do not have knowledge on this, it's very difficult for him to generate this query. So you can see how easy is there for a person who have limited knowledge on the Splunk. So hope this is beneficial for them, and yeah, you can do a practice on that. And now the another uh, option is instant pivot. So instant pivot, how can you create instant pivot? Instant pivot allow you to utilize the uh, a pivot tool without a pre-exist data model. So if there is, you have seen that in the data model tab, dataset tab, there were pre-exist data model were there. So if you do not have any data model created there, so how can you use without the pre-built data model? To create an instant report, you want to search it, whatever search you want to write, you search it, click over here, then there are multiple options: pivot, quick report, search and command. So go here, it will ask which field would you like to use as a data model. So you need to select it. So I'm selecting field with at least 60% coverage. So I'll click over here, so you can see it has it landed to pivot table. So now what you can do is you can use all your static commands. As per your knowledge, static or whatever command you want to run, or table or format, whatever you want to do, as explained earlier, you do it. Now when you save it, once you save it, it will ask for the data model title, and ID will be generated automatically. So you need to give it over here, and then once you save it, it will create a data model for you. Okay, so this ID will this ID will help you to create the data model. Okay, title and everything you want to give, range. So once you save it, your data model will be created. Okay, similarly you have similar kind of visualization for this as well. You can visualize and save it as data model. Save as a report. Once it will get saved as report, as well as it will create a data model for you. Okay, so you can add it in the dashboard, save as dashboard panel. So there are multiple reports, multiple options are there, you can go and select it. So this is all about data set and pivot. So let's recap before we close it, summarize it. So we have talked about data set. What is data set? So data set where you want to store the search result, or from where you want to search the data. So there are two kind of data sets over there. First is permanent, and the second is temporary. So how to access the data set? So from the search search application, you have to go to data set. So here you can see the data set, and then we talked about pivot. What is pivot? The pivot is when user does not know much about the SPL, so they can use a pivot. Similarly in Excel, a user can use a pivot. So same concept is here. So how to access a pivot? So you can go to any of the data set, and from there visualize the pivot. So once you click over here, it will redirect you to the pivot. Here you can see the different options: time, split by a row, and then split by a particular column. So you can do formatting as well. Then a chart, you can create a chart, you can save as a report, and you can save as dashboard panel as well. So these are the things you can do it. There are different options already I have explained in the videos. So, and also you can select, while formatting it here, you can select uh, total number. So total it will provide you for different uh, fields. So you can save reports and visualize anything you can do. How can you access the instant pivot? So to access instant pivot, what you need to have is, you should have a search ready. Once search is there, you can go to statistics, and here you can click on pivot. Once you do that, it will ask you about data model. So you create it, and then it will land you to the pivot. So if there is no data model is available, so you can access like this. And so once you save it, it will go in the data model. It will create a data model for you. So you can visualize as well through this, and you can create a dashboard panel. So this is how you can play around with the data model, pivot, and the data set. So there are multiple questions can come around the pivot and data set. So all the best for this topic, and hope you enjoyed this. Thank you for watching.